Microphones are on.
Good. She says
Microphones are on.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. I think we'll go ahead and get started. Thank you all for being here in the room and for the public that's also online. A couple things I want to mention. We had a tour yesterday that was, I would say, added several layers of perspective. So I would like to thank both our ODFW staff and the tribal staff who put that together for us, and also the stakeholders who attended and asked great questions, brought other information to us. It was a great tour. It's good to be back in this part of the state again. So thank you to all of you for that. I'm Mary Wall, Chair of the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission, and I'd like to call the September 16th, 2022 Commission meeting to order. I live in Langlois on the south coast of Oregon and in Congressional District 4. And I think we'll go ahead and introduce the other commissioners.
I'm Jill Zargowitz, Vice Chair, and I am in the area of Yamhill and Carlton.
I'm Mark Laphart, I represent the Eastern Oregon at large, and I live in Sister.
Good morning, I'm Becky Hatfield-Hyde, and I am CD2, Eastern Oregon, and from Brothers, Oregon, and happy to be in Harney County because I'm also a Crane Mustang. So good to be back in Harney County. Burns is a little big, but
I'm Kathy Khalil. I represent Western Oregon at large, and I live in Portland.
And
I'm Leslie King. I represent Portland and surrounding area for the 3rd Congressional District.
And we also have one commissioner who is on Zoom. So Commissioner Spellbrink, will you introduce yourself as well?
Yes, good morning. Bob Spellbrink, Siletz, Oregon, representing District 5.
I'm Kathy Khalil. I represent Western Oregon at large, and I live in Portland.
Thank you. And I'm Kurt Melcher. I'm the Director of the Department of Fish and Wildlife here. Yeah, thanks to the staff and others for the tour yesterday. And I want to say thanks to the family that owns this facility because we were originally scheduled to be here 2 years ago. And of course, we had to cancel that due to the ongoing pandemic. And they hung with us. And we're finally here in 2022 instead of 2020. So with that, thank you, Chair and Michelle. Do you have any instructions for folks who are online or other instructions? And I want to say thanks to the family that owns this facility because we were originally scheduled to be here 2 years ago.
Good morning, I'm Michelle Tate. I'm here providing support for the Commission and the Director to provide this meeting in a hybrid model. This morning here in the room, a couple of logistics I want to let you know about. We've got bathrooms at both ends of the room, and we also have access to the back patio. That is our space for this for the day. I'm going to ask that if folks want to have conversations, that you either step outside the front door or out on the patio because it will make the room noisy and will be disruptive to the meeting. And thank you all for being here and appreciate your time. Commission and the Director to provide this meeting in a hybrid model.
Very good. Thanks, Michelle. And just a reminder, we do have a hard stop on this room at 5 p.m. for another event. So hopefully we can move expeditiously through this agenda and maybe even be out of here before 5. With that, Chair Wall, I just embarked on the Director's report. We did provide the field reports to you in written form, and happy to take any questions you might have or defer any of those questions to the staff that are in the room, if there are any. Not seeing any, then we'll go to the expenditure report. Deputy Director Shannon Hearn will give you our monthly expenditure report. Chair Wall, I just embarked on the Director's report. We did provide.
Good morning, Chair Wall, Director Melcher, members of the Commission. For the record, Shannon Hearn, Deputy Director for Administration. I did submit a written version of the financial report, or as it's called, the expenditure report. For the month that closed July 31st, 2022, we were left at $71.2 million in unrestricted cash and $40.8 million in restricted cash for an ending balance of $112 million. That includes $5 million allocation in Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund that we were anticipating from House Bill 5202. So that was a bit of a bump up in restricted cash we saw. Just as an update, the department did submit their 23-25 agency request budget on time to the Department of Administrative Services. The Chief Financial Office will now work with their analysts to look at that budget, and they'll come out with an analyst recommended budget. And we'll get to see that budget this fall. The agency will have one chance at appeals to look at potentially modifying that recommendation. And then those analysts' recommended budgets get compiled into a governor's recommended budget. Just as a warning, we're not anticipating with the administrative change that we will see a governor's recommended budget in December. That due date for them is actually February 15th of 2023. We're hoping to see it before then in the start of session, but that's not up to us, and we'll see how it goes. Quick update on the audit committee. They met August 16th, and during that committee meeting, they discussed topics for our governor's year 23 risk assessment audit that we're required to do. They actually chose the administrative change that we will see a governor of our online task tracking systems that staff fill in, denoting how much time they work on permits and how much time they work on different areas during their week. They're also going to, our internal auditor
Commissioner King.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Deputy Director Hearn, you know it's coming. So we have been, just for the record, I've been in discussions with several people within the department about the new Inflation Reduction Act. Within that, there is a $60 billion environmental justice piece, and one of the things that I highlighted, like that is within that, is the $1.5 billion urban, let me get it right, urban forestry and an urban ecology. So essentially this question is about what research have we done in terms of knowing what parts of that we are eligible for or who we can partner with to begin to understand how we can utilize or access some of those funds. And also, while I talk about urban ecology a lot, I like to say that environmental justice is not just urban. There's a lot of rural and remote places that would benefit from these environmental justice funds. So I look forward to your response and learning more.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Wall, Commissioner King. And thank you for the heads up, because that is a 273-page act that came out August 16th. So we are still reviewing the details and what we expect may trickle down through existing programs, which you guys have had a recent update on IIGA. They may use that act and some of the programs they've set up there to drive that money. But the big piece in there, as you just mentioned, is $60 billion for looking at pollution and impacts, climate change resiliency, especially around underserved communities, and modifying some environmental injustice that's pointed out in that act. We have gone through that act, but first I want to make it clear, if you remember with what we did IIGA, we have federal grant coordinators, but when IIGA came, it was such a big chunk of money, we thought, well, we really need additional leads in our fish, wildlife, and habitat programs to look at these acts and what's coming, get prepared for them, and start submitting grants. So we have that in place now for the Inflation Act as well, luckily, because this one is 3 times the size of IIGA. So that team will be working at looking at those programs. One thing I noted in there is close to $2.5 billion for tribal climate resiliency. So a lot of that will go into specifically directed at the tribes. And we're, as you saw yesterday, partners with our tribes on co-management, so helping them sort out how to access that money and bring it into Oregon. We'll be looking at that. NOAA is set to receive about $2.5 billion, and that's all around coastal habitat, marine reserves, national reserve sanctuaries, and building resiliency in those coastal communities. There is another, I don't know, 20 billion or so that goes to forestry management, especially underserved communities that are forest landowners or cooperators. And that can include anyone that would be defined as a veteran, a person with a disability, the BIPOC community, of Black, Indigenous, or people of color. So they're really focusing on that. And then this bill, luckily, provides a lot of funding for additional climate change research, predictions, and outreach to those communities so that we can better, as a nation, start identifying how they're going to be impacted in the future and building resiliency. So that's what we know for now, but we're going to know much more here in the next couple months. I did talk to Andrea Hansen, who's the lead in the director's office this morning. She said most of that money is anticipated in coming in 2023, and it's either spent in 2 ways. It's available until it's gone for those specific purposes, or it's available until September 2026. So that's what I know, but I'm happy to answer questions if I missed anything.
No, thank you. I think, I guess as we know more specifics, I'm just thinking of all of us that sweated through 3 heat waves in Portland this year, and we know from the changing climate that these are going to continue. Like, it's going to get hotter and drier. We're going to continue to have all of these issues, particularly in summer climates. And specifically, the communities I'm thinking about are on average 7 degrees hotter than the already 105. And it's because of the lack of green space. And that's why I highlighted the 1.5 billion for the urban canopy, essentially, bringing back green space, not just to filter water, filter air, but also bring protection into. And we know Portland State has created the heat maps. Like, we know which neighborhoods are going to be affected. We know where that's all going to be. So, is there any way that we know yet how we interface and can drive some of that, or is that going to be Department of Forestry, or we just don't know yet?
Chair Wall, Commissioner King, I think we don't know yet, but we have been engaged with Oregon's climate resiliency group for a long time. So there is a program that the governor set up that builds on the data sets that we have that show, where things are warming up, where things are cooling. So I think it's going to be driven more to that program. And then we have a significant amount of data that they depend on to make a bunch of these predictions and these models. So I think we'll be there as a data source. You're going to hear, I think, a little bit today under the climate change, how those models work and what we do for fish and wildlife specifically. So some of that data can support these broader models. Whether we'll actually receive funding to go get data that support those models, that I don't know yet. Yeah.
And do we know, I know Andrew is working hard, you told me this morning. So will there be a summary sent to us, to all of the commissioners? How are we going to see something and understand and know what's happening with the Inflation Reduction Act?
Yeah, certainly, Chair Wall, Commissioner King, Andrea and Craig Smith and others, they did a good summary of what was in IIGA, and that's what they're working on for this one. So once they have it ready, we can share it with you.
I have one quick follow-up question, and thank you for being ready for that question and answering it well. When we were in our budget process, one of the things where ODFW excelled, it seemed to, in the descriptions, was being ready for some of these federal monies, because we had, for instance, fish passage projects ready to go. Can you just talk a little bit about the process that we would need to go through in the state? Because this is not just ODFW. As you said, we're engaged with the governor's office and a bunch of other agencies. So what's the process to be a little more ready than we are now? Because it seems like we've already been thinking about this a lot.
Chair Wall, the process to be ready is to do your data look across the landscape as best you can, and use that information to predict where you need to put in resources. And so I'm just going to use fish basin screening because it's just the easiest example of this. So we have for decades been mapping fish distribution, changes and trends, habitat changes through the AQI program. So you use that resource, and then you do an inventory of barriers. And we've had an inventory of barriers for at least 30 years. And so it is constantly reprioritizing. So when IIGA came on board, Craig Smith and Andre Hansen immediately identified this is where we are going to be able to get the money. So we have the data, and we also have the prioritization of where the need is, and we can start applying it. And as they're finding out, it will name in these acts which federal entity will get the money, but we don't know immediately which program will get the money and how it will come to us. And it can come to us either as a competitive grant that we have to apply for, and then we have to compete nationally. In some places, we're competing with our partners within Oregon. So early communication with our partners is good on these prioritizations, but work done in Oregon is the best. And then there's also ways when the Forest Service just gets money and they say, well, we want to direct it to culverts. They find it because we have the data and we have identified these projects, just give it to the Department of Fish and Wildlife because they're ready to go. And in some cases, they have some engineering and long-held relationships with stakeholders on the ground that said, yeah, as soon as we find funding, we're ready to go on this. So it's like 30 years back, preparing your data sets and your prioritization, waiting for this unprecedented amount of money to become available. And we're pretty ready to go in Oregon.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Did you have a question too?
No, I just.
Okay.
Actually, can I just, for those of us who live without air conditioning. It actually makes sense to shut the doors during the day and keep the cool air in.
Oh.
And then that might stop the traffic noise.
Yeah.
Is that
I was going to
okay?
say, there's a lot of background noise that's killing me.
I think we got it.
Shannon,
I think he'll do it.
Shannon, of course, I got to ask you, square root of 256.
No.
Come on, you spew like that all the time. Thank you, Shannon. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Shannon. We're going to go next to our standing monthly item, which is adapting to climate and ocean change. And we have Courtney Zambori here. And I believe that Dr. Clemens may be joining online, but if not, Courtney is going to fly solo here. So we'll see. Looks like we see Sean there. So Courtney, take it away. Or Sean, whoever's going first.
Hi, good morning. Oh, I'll let Sean go first then.
Cheers, Courtney. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zanowitz, members of the Commission, and Director Melcher. For the record, Sean Clements, Deputy Administrator at ODFW here for Fish Division. And as you know, our climate ocean change policy asks the department to track the impacts of climate change, predict the impacts of climate change, and develop tools that can assess how best to mitigate those impacts. And we're here today to talk about the fruits of a collaboration that began with EPA back in 2015-16 and has continued under Courtney's leadership since then. And Courtney's going to really share kind of the effort that she spearheaded since then. Courtney did ask me not to make a big deal during the introduction, but I think it's only fair to point out that she's been an extremely valuable member of our Red Group since she joined. You've seen a lot of her work over the last 2 to 3 years, and so we thought it only appropriate that she be here in person today to share this information with you. And with that, I'll hand it over to Courtney.
Sean, good morning, Chair Wall, Director Melcher, and the Commission. For the record, my name is Courtney Lynn Zambori. I'm from the Red Group, and I'll be talking about modeling stream flow and temperature to understand how climate change is affecting our stream habitats. There we go. So I will start off with acknowledging that we know that the climate is changing. It's impacting our habitats for fish and wildlife. The presentation I'm going to give today focuses on the freshwater environment. As we move forward, there's a need for higher resolution in stream temperature and flow metrics. When I say higher resolution, I mean higher resolution spatially and temporally. So that means daily resolution data as well as resolution of data that is attached to the stream network. So there's a need to understand what in-stream habitat conditions are experienced by our fish now and what they will experience in the future, and data that will help inform proactive management. The tool I'm going to talk about today is called VELMA. It stands for Visualizing Ecosystem Land Management Assessments. It was developed by the EPA. And I believe that VELMA was chosen mostly for the name of the character, and then they added in how they were going to name it based on the acronym. It's an eco-hydrological model, so it links what happens in the terrestrial environment with what happens in the aquatic environment. It's a process-based model, so it is non-statistical model. You enter data of what is occurring on the landscape, and it has built-in relationships on how these inputs interact and generate covariates. So on the graph here, or the figure, this is what VELMA looks like when we're running it in real time. So it has images of different outputs of standing water, soil saturation. On the bottom graph, you have on the left side flow that's being generated as an output of VELMA. In the red is simulated data, and the yellow is observed that you put in to validate your model. And then those green lines coming down, I think maybe there's teams people in the way, but there are data which shows precipitation coming down from the sky. So the outputs of VELMA are enormous, but I'm going to focus on stream temperature and flow for this talk, and it again has this integrated response of vegetation, soil, and water resources. And Sean mentioned that this was developed by the EPA, and I work very closely with them for updates and tweaks to the model to make sure that we are continually improving it. So VELMA accepts publicly available data. It has inputs of elevation, so it shows how water moves throughout the landscape,
Land cover, here we focus on conifer and alder inputs. This model has been really calibrated and used extensively along the coast of Oregon and Washington. We look at age and biomass of our landscape, and as well as permeability of the soils, the soil type, and then weather inputs. So it has daily temperature and precipitation data that are put into the model, and we get those to model current conditions from PRISM. All of these inputs work together, again, in the model to model the entire ecosystem in this watershed. So on all of these graphs or these figures, they have the Siletz watershed. And then the weather inputs, we usually use 20 weather stations, semi-randomly distributed across the landscape. We try to make sure there's a 4-kilometer distance between all of them so we capture the resolution of the PRISM model. Output resolution. So Velma outputs are daily reach level results. So we define a reach in this example as confluence to confluence. Each one of those colored polygons represents an area that gets its own data. And we've run this model for 30 years in the Siletz. So you can imagine that as a ton of data that comes out from 1990 all the way to 2001 to capture that really warm year last year. All downstream reaches consider upstream processes. So as you think of a watershed, anything that happens up in the upper reaches trickles down to the coast. So calibration validation. So when we look at flow and we compare our results to the USGS gauge stations, I'll point out here that this is only one gauge station, the only gauge station in the Siletz that we have. So right now, this is the only area, this star, that we have these daily estimates for flow. So with this model, we now expand that throughout the entire network. For temperature data, we compare it to thermistors that have been put out in the landscape, in-stream thermistors, and we've gotten data from both our life cycle and monitoring project as well as the Siletz tribe, who've offered data to us to use in validating our model. So model performance, as you can see on these graphs, and I'll walk through them, our models are predicting on-the-ground processes extremely well. So in the top graph, we'll talk about flow. This is, I believe, in the Siletz watershed, and I said that I ran it for 30 years just for be able to see what's going on. I zoomed into just these few year periods. Modeled flow is in blue and observed flow is in gray. And this model is really, let me see if I can move so you guys can see it. Yeah. It accurately predicts low and high flows. So again, these are daily results compared to the gauge data. And we are looking across time and then flow and CFS at that gauge station, and that's how we validate. In the bottom graph, we look at temperatures in degrees Celsius. That's on the y-axis, and then time on the x-axis going forward. This is at Mill Creek. So again, the observed data is in gray, and the model data is in red. We are capturing temperature extremely well. Right now, I'm still working with the EPA to look at those high temperature areas. The pattern is spot on, but they're off about a couple of degrees. So I'm still working with that model. It's relatively new. It's called Penumbra, and it's integrated within Velma, so you can do it all at once to create these data. And so that's been really exciting to even see how well those red dots match up with the gray. Okay, so how does this help us inform management of our resources? So one, it helps us understand the past, predict into the future, and then look at ways to mitigate and minimize the effects going forward. I'll talk about understanding first. So because these data provide spatially continuous data across the landscape, it can help us understand what's happened in the past. So we have now data going back 30 years, especially for the Siletz. In this figure that's going to cycle through, I blew it up to the local catchment, but as you see through time, reach flow, and that's flow in CFS is changing. And as we go into August, you'll see it go into more blue, and then in the winter, you'll see it light up in that darker blue as flows increase. So this allows us to look backwards in time and understand how habitat has changed throughout those 30 years with these data resolutions, and relate those covariates back to the enormous amount of data the department has been collecting for AQI and several of the coho and steelhead surveys. So now we have the resolution of covariates to really dive into how and why populations have been fluctuating throughout time. So that's hindsight. We look into the future, so foresight. Now we can look at predicting what's going to happen in the future. We have this calibrated model, and we can look at various climate scenarios and how those will affect stream temperatures and flows in the future. To model climate, we use 10 different climate models to substitute data for precipitation and temperature. And we look around 2080, again, do that 30-year period when we conduct these modelings. So it's from 2065 to 2095. These individual models were recommended as the best or best performing models when downscaled to our areas, the Pacific Northwest. And that report was published by the River Management Joint Operating Committee. We do use RCP 8.5 emission scenario, which is business as usual, to conduct these models going forward. So climate model inputs to Velma, this is how we change climate. I'll go to the top graph first. These are not Velma results. These are what go into those weather station data and how we look at how climate's going to change. So the top graph is pretty standard or pretty expected. You see our PRISM data that represents historical temperatures. So that's red on the bottom. This is organized by water year, which starts in October, and the seasons are coming down in the bars on the top. So PRISM is low. We have lower temperatures now historically. All of those individual gray lines represent individual climate model results when averaged for each one of these months going in the seasons. And then that blue line is the mean of those models. So temperature has a story that's very easy to understand. Temperatures are increasing throughout time. Precipitation is a little bit more complicated. There is an extraordinarily wide amount of variability within models. So that's the bottom graph, precipitation in millimeters, average for each month, again, starting in the October, which is the beginning of the water year, and fall. You see in the fall, less precipitation for most models. The colors are the same with PRISM in red, again, representing historical conditions, and the blue line representing the mean of future conditions, and each individual gray line representing one of those individual models. So lower precipitation in the fall. Winter's a little, has both either remaining constant or decreasing, and then spring and summer also a little bit lower. I will point out that this is for the coast. So this is in the LC. These data come from that 16 weather station circled in orange here. So this is not supposed to represent what's going to happen across Oregon. The different types of environments, whether they're snow-driven or rain-driven environments, drive these trends. But this is an example of just how we incorporate those future climate data. So when we look at the results from the LC, again, these are results for the LC River. These are not consistent across the entire coast, which is important why we need to run these models for each of these areas. These areas are affected by climate change differently. In the LC, we see the gray line as historical conditions, and the blue line are projected future flows. Flows here are represented in millimeters per day. And again, on the x-axis, we start in the water year. So in the fall, and basically all of the different seasons in the LC, we are expecting lower flows across the board. In winter, there are overlapping standard error bars, but I think in January, but the rest of the season, we see decreasing flows throughout time. So again, how does this help us? We know that climate change is affecting habitat. We know that we'll have less flow in some areas, more flow in others, higher temperatures in several of these areas. Velma is unique in that because it's a process-based model, you can conduct scenario modeling. This includes modeling fires, looking at either historical or future fire areas where you essentially burn down the forest. And within the model, as trees are decimated, you lose that canopy cover. There aren't trees taking up moisture from the soil. So soil's running off. You might see that initial increase in flows. And then as trees grow and age, they take up moisture at different rates. They have different transpiration rates depending on age. And so we'll see that response. You can also conduct restoration and mitigation modeling. And again, as you saw before, identify and protect these areas with potential climate change resilience and identify areas that are going to be hit especially hard. There we go. Okay, so here's an example of restoration scenario planning. So we incorporated this restoration scenario, several restoration scenarios on this stream to look at riparian plantings and how they might insulate a stream's temperature change. So again, x-axis is months and time, starting in the water year in October, and temperature is on the y-axis in degrees Celsius. In the gray line, we see current temperatures in this particular stream. This was conducted in Mill Creek in within the Slut watershed. So the gray line, we have low temperatures in the winter, and then as you go into spring and summer, they increase as we would expect. When we look at the black line, we look at future temperatures, a pretty severe increase in temperatures in the future. These are average across 30 years of simulation, I should say. So we're just looking at average monthly. Now, when we conduct restoration scenario plantings, we look at scenario A. We looked at a buffer, created plantings by changing the age and biomass of trees within that buffered corridor around the stream. And we see that we start getting lower temperatures with our future scenarios. So we ran that light green model with future temperature and precipitation data. So the same exact model as the black, just changing those biomass and age data from the stream. And then in the darker green, we expanded that buffer and saw even a greater impact to protect the stream temperatures around the stream temperatures. So my last slide. In summary, I will point out that this project is only part of a much wider ODFW temperature monitoring proposal. This is a tool that we're using, but there's a lot of other great work coming out of RED, and I would encourage those who are interested to contact Kara Unlof-Dunn. But this tool can help us understand what in-stream conditions will be under future climate conditions. It allows us to proactively run scenarios to look at how different restorations will protect from future climate conditions. It allows us to proactively manage. And then looking back, it allows us to have these data to run different species distribution models for fish, because we have these higher resolution covariates going forward into the future. So with that, I will take any questions.
Very interesting. Commissioners? I have one. Go ahead. Is this on? I guess. Yes, it's on. I think so. This is great, and I really appreciate what you and the group is doing. One thing is this available to the public? Will it be some of these, like as these models are produced, will some of them go on the website or someplace else where they're available to the public?
Okay. Chair Wall, Director Melcher, and Commissioners, Commissioner or Vice Chair Zarnowitz, we are going through and actually putting a science bulletin out about this work. So that's in the process of the review, or going through a review process currently. Those who have reached out and asked for results and data, I have no problem distributing that. It's all publicly available data, so it's not protected. I have trained several people in using Velma so they can take these models and conduct their own. But we are working on advertising that on the RED website.
Thank you. Thank you, Courtney. Great report to hear. Could you talk about whether there were any surprises in this? I mean, it seems like a powerful new tool. We're looking at, if I understand it right, process information and real-time information rather than always forecasting or predicting or other models. But could you talk about whether there are any surprises in this? And then I have one other question.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Wall and commissioners. Surprises are, I've been pleasantly surprised at how well it works when we compare it to data. So that's been really exciting. Working with Dr. Bob McCain from the EPA and his team, they've been very responsive in helping us understand how these data come together. So no surprises, no negative surprises. I will say that the model does take quite a long time to run for the entire watershed, but it is perfectly possible to run 30 years of daily simulation in less than a month for each one of those individual reaches. And once those data are available, then you can easily go forward in time. It's really just getting that historical data.
Thank you. The other question I have is it sounded like mountains of past data that we can look at and put into the tool, and people like us needing to look forward as you're trying to do as well. Is there advice on how this can actually make us make better decisions, get better actions, and maybe even get to those more quickly in the face of things like climate change?
Thank you, Chair Wall and commissioners. I think, yes, we have much higher resolution data. And so looking forward to see how individual reaches will react versus maybe a whole watershed. And again, being able to plan for restoration in those specific areas based off of different restoration scenarios will help make those decisions easier in the future because you have data that backs up, well, if I plant at this rate, then I expect to see this insulation at this reach, and it protects these individual habitats. We know where the habitats are based off lots of our previous data and can relate these future and past data looking forward. You can look at different percentage of changes as well. So look at which reaches just naturally are going to be protected. Like they don't see as big of a change as perhaps others. If you compare those historical estimates to the future estimates as well and see where things are maybe going to be okay and we should focus efforts in areas that may or may not need extra attention or protect those areas that will be insulated in the future.
Thank you. That helps. Appreciate it. That's all. Go ahead, Commissioner Laphart.
Thank you, Courtney. So sounds like the LC was data rich. I'm wondering about other watersheds, and particularly in Eastern Oregon, where it seems like we're having a significant impact as a result of climate change on some of these watersheds. Do you have similar kinds of data for other watersheds that you have for LC?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Laphart. So we have run this analysis across the Oregon coast. So for all those 21 watersheds that house independent coho populations, I have been approached multiple times to run this in Eastern Oregon. The vegetation is very different, though there are calibrations looking at prairies. I have been working with the EPA to start that calibration for things like sagebrush and juniper and running these scenarios. So it is possible. We just have to get the calibration for those two different land cover types up and running, but it is in the works. There was a lot of excitement that was going to happen. I've gotten lots of interest from different tribal organizations to get that ball rolling as well.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Yeah, so I'm super curious about this. And again, like Commissioner Laphart, wanting to see this applied on the east side of Oregon. Klamath would be a great place to see this applied. I'm also really curious about, getting to the bottom of this idea that we know temperature is increasing, but that moisture the moisture we're getting may not change that much, the timing may change. I'm just would like you to talk about how that is being looked at through, how we can get to a place where we figure out how to apply that as well. I don't know if my question is making any sense. Give me a smart answer so I don't look silly, but
No.
just wanting to know, I think we always think no matter what, prepare for rain, right? Prepare for snow. But what do you think?
Thank you. Chair Wall, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, and all commissioners. That is a great question. And I wish I could have time to go into all the different covariates that Velma provides, but it does provide soil moisture for each one of those cells that you run Velma for, and it's attached to the stream network. So you can identify how soil moisture will change throughout time, regardless of what's actually in the stream. It also looks at snowpack. So changes in snowpack, because you have those, I showed flow and temperature during this presentation, but you can model how snowpack will change in the future. We do look at not just flows are decreasing, but also looking at flashiness of systems and how they'll change. You talked about how if you have a snow-driven ecosystem that might not have the snowpack in the future, and it might change to more of a rain-dominated system, how that will affect flows in the stream as well. So you'll see the alteration of the hydrograph within those results.
Okay.
Did I answer your question?
Yes, and we want to know. We need to know now.
You probably don't have to answer that part.
We don't have time for this model to take a month to run for each watershed.
I did get another system to run these on, so I run them constantly throughout time.
This is where you say the department needs more money for our systems.
Budget. Chair Wall, I had one question too.
Go ahead.
Sure. Thanks, Courtney. Great presentation. My question is, so with regard to the forecasting that this model does, is it possible to parameterize the model with the new forest practices rules that will be in place as a result of the private forest accord?
Chair Wall, Director Melcher, commissioners. Yes. So Velma was designed originally to look at the effect of harvest and changes in forest management going forward. So that's initially what it was used for, and we've used it more to focus on the fish habitat side. I am not a forestry biologist, so I mostly look at in-stream conditions, but yes, you can run those scenarios, but I would encourage someone who knew a little bit more about those to tell me what they would need to run in those and look at the results.
Yeah, I think that could be pretty interesting, given its dramatic change in, at least as it relates to private forest management. So.
Could you just say a bit more about how you see it playing out? It does seem like an interesting question.
Well, the private forest accord, the new Forest Practices Act regulations, if you will, on private land will have significantly increased stream-side buffers, also not just in fish-bearing streams, but in non-fish-bearing streams, under the basic premise that by helping water or doing good things for water in non-fish-bearing streams, it provides better. It provides benefits to the fish-bearing streams downstream. So, I think it should show in the model some significant benefits.
Thank you.
Thanks, Courtney.
Thank you.
Great job, Sean. Did you want to say anything before we release Courtney?
Yeah. Cheers. No, I think I'm good. She pretty much hit all the points. Thanks.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good job on your first commission presentation. Okay, Chair Wall, that takes us next to a presentation on chronic wasting disease. And we have Dr. Colin Gillen here, the world-renowned wildlife veterinary specialist, known in countries beyond this one. So, Colin, take it away.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, members of the Commission, Director Melcher, good morning.
For the record, my name is Colin Gillen. I am the state wildlife veterinarian. I serve as the manager of the population lab and the wildlife health labs out of Corvallis. What I'm going to talk to you today about is about chronic waste and disease. Give you a little bit on its history, just a little. I'm going to go through this pretty quick, and then sharing our efforts on how we've gone forward with prevention, surveillance, and a bit on how we could answer questions on how we could respond and control the disease. This is a huge team effort. I'm going to present like we did a lot of this. It's everybody. It's all the field staff as well as our lab staff. So I will continue on from there. I've already talked to several, Commissioner King and my part, we've talked a bit about this. And so, and there's just lots to cover on chronic wasting disease. First of all, just to define it, it's a transmissible disease, and it causes what is considered spongiform changes in particularly neural tissue, which ends up causing a brain disease, basically, encephalopathy of the nervous system, and it is actually, in simple terms, it's a protein. It's not a bacteria. It's not a virus. It's not a fungus. It's an actual pure protein that it mimics proteins that are in the host. So when this infectious protein is taken up by the animal, it binds with, it goes to sites that it really likes, which happens to be in the brain. It's unfortunate for the animal. Binds with that, and it causes the normal proteins to basically fold. Does aberrant changes, and the cell ultimately dies. And if you're looking under a microscope, there's a lot of holes. The spongiform part of this is kind of interesting. So it causes progressive weight loss and eventual death. This is in the latter stages of the disease. It takes, after an animal is first infected, it takes about 15 months to maybe 2 years before you get to these latter stages and the animal dies. There are other prion diseases you probably heard of. Scrapian sheep is a prion disease, a bovine spongiform encephalopathy, the mad cow disease that was able to at least over 20 years ago, we saw it jump species into humans. It's killed about 225 people worldwide. And that's the only disease that is a prion disease that we've seen so far that has actually jumped the human blood-brain barrier. And then there's a human form called Creutzfeldt-Jakob's disease, and there's several forms of this. There's a sporadic form, and then there's an infectious form that is goes way back, but it is related to Papua New Guinea of consuming brain, basically neural tissue by humans. It's just slow. Okay. To give you just quick history, there's lots of history on this. Okay, sorry. It was first identified in a mule deer in a research facility in Colorado Division of Wildlife in 1967. And I say or earlier, this is probably shown up in the wild or in this captive facility, possibly others. We don't know, and it wouldn't be appropriate to point a finger at the Colorado Department of Wildlife. Actually, they did a lot of research on nutritional studies. In fact, when this first showed up, this was during a nutritional study. They thought there was maybe a toxicity going on or nutritional deficiencies or the like. But and they were trading research animals with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department, Seville unit. It's just up the road in southeastern Wyoming. And 11 years later, Wyoming had it in their herds that were captive. First seen in free-ranging elk in 1981, and then deer, and then it goes on and on. So if you look on this map, this is a map that is put together by the USGS. You know where Colorado is there. That's basically and where a lot of this started. Those darker gray areas on the map, and it's spread to 30 states now. It's in 4 Canadian provinces. It has actually shown up in Norway, Finland, Sweden, and moose primarily, but also reindeer. And in about 2001, we actually shipped infected elk from Saskatchewan from a captive cervid farm to South Korea. South Korea now has it in some of their captive cycad deer facilities. This, there it is. It's kind of hard to see a little bit. Must be a little bit better. You can see that this is it's a map of basically Washington, Oregon, and Idaho. There's an orange dot there on the left center. That is right up against our border. That is the edge of that. That's Game Management Unit 14 in Idaho. The edge of that is actually within 9 miles of our border. When they found this a year ago, basically around October, November, was when the first animals collected in 2021. They sampled that 500 plus animals in that game management unit, and they came up with 6 positives total. The unfortunate part is they found it in whitetails, they found it in mule deer, and they found it in an elk. That's not good news. So if this thing is spread to 3 species the first time you actually look, it's probably a lot wider distribution and infection than they anticipated. That is not good for us being on our border. Try to come up with some good news here in a minute. Transmission is shed through saliva. It's shed in feces and urine. It's primarily nose to nose as the direct transmission, or it's been shown that it can pass through a doe or a cow elk to its fetus. The really unfortunate part of this disease, which does not happen in the other prion diseases, is that it's shed in feces and urine. When the organic material leaves, say the feces or the urine, it stays in the soil. It binds with certain soil types. And there's been research to show that some plants can uptake it. So it goes into plant cells. The animal will come along and eat the plant. We don't know what the infectious dose actually is, whether it's 100 microscopic prion proteins or it's 100 million of them. But none of this is good. And it's a disease that has many sides to it. It's found in animals that look sick, and I say or healthy. The reason I say or healthy is almost all animals that we detect the disease in, we detect it early, so they look like healthy deer and elk, moose. But we find it through sampling these hunter-harvested animals. Sick animals, latter stages of the disease, I put behavior changes, lowered ears, drooping head. They look like skin. This is the same clinical signs of any animal that's trying to die of any disease or condition. It's not specific to chronic wasting disease. When we see these animals, we test them. We remove them and test them and look. But it's not specific to chronic wasting disease. So important facts. If an animal gets this and uptakes it, it's 100% fatal. Nothing survives. We have no treatment, vaccine, and no cure. It's the most infectious of all prion diseases, particularly because it has an environmental contamination factor, and it can last for decades or longer. We actually don't know how long it lasts in infected pastures. The pastures that were infected in the early 2000s, they continue to test, and the soil is still infected. So So what have we been doing? We have been busy for the last 20 years. We have regulatory tools that we put in place and ones that this commission has put forth and approved. The roadkill salvage statute in 2019, where all adult animals that are hit on the highway and people collect, they have to turn the head in within 5 days, and we sample all those heads. So it's a great sampling tool that we have. Cervid urine ban was put in place in 2020 by the legislature. Though, if you remember, those commercial products come from captive cervid facilities. Many of those are coming from CWD positive states. So having a ban in place is excellent. We have mandatory hunter stops at check stations, which is about to happen right now. And when placed January 1, Brian Wolfer will talk a bit about the check stations during his presentation today. Administrative rules, we've had an import ban in place since 2002, thanks to Don Whitaker and the group that was on staff thinking way ahead back then. It's 20 years ago. And so hunters that harvest anything out of state cannot bring a deer or elk or moose, brain or spinal column, which is the most infectious parts, back into the state. And then since 2009, part of our Division 49 rules, we made sure that it's mandatory that every farmed, basically elk or deer, we have no deer in captivity, but they are all tested. If they're 6 months old or older, anything that dies for any reason, they're all tested. We allow transport only through permit, and we only allow, and we do not allow any import of any cervids of any sort that are live animals. So we have a surveillance strategy. We collect primarily through hunter harvest. We have, as I mentioned, our agency removals also. Roadkill salvage is great. Farm cervids we're collecting, and then anything that looks skinny like this elk or deer, the biologists go out and they collect and we submit that. I'm going to bring up right now our chronic waste and disease management plan. It's a 56-page plan that we started in 1996. Again, thanks to Don Whitaker and the group out of Wildlife Division. The initial plan that was put together was a handful of pages. In 2005, we got together and upped our game with the more information we had. Every 5 years, we've put this plan together and revised it and turned it upside down. And so in 2021, we put together a task force that looked at this, looked at the plan, and we took the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies best management practices. It's a 2-volume thing that was best management that was put together by 30 wildlife health specialists and veterinarians around the country. I say there's from 30 states, and all the Canadian provinces have had input into it, some of the tribal as well as federal input, and it covers all the states. It's being used specifically by states like us that are taking all the information from those authors and putting them in the new plan. So that's our new plan is online. It's on the inside page. Right when you pull up the inside page, you'll see the link to it. It has analysis in it from the ungulate group and lots of maps and what we've been doing from start to present day. And it's a living document. We change it. We're not doing it by year. It just says revision and the date on it. Other priorities are our surveillance priorities are based on really good science and research that has been collected. So we know that there's more disease in free-ranging deer than elk. The deer pick it up a lot easier, basically, than elk do. Adult male deer get it more often than does, and this is probably due to behavior more than anything related to the rut. Vehicle-struck animals. If we're collecting, that's why we're collecting everything that's on the roadkill. If you have CWD and in an area you'll have a much higher and significantly higher proportion of vehicle-struck animals have CWD. So they're already having neurological effects. They can't get out of the way of the headlights. They see them coming and the headlights win. So, and then of course, animals close to a border of a positive state. That's why we are sampling statewide. We have been sampling statewide, and we've never really just sampled in one area because we thought that's where we're going to be. That's generally not a good idea. It's been tried, but we will focus this year on the northeastern section of the state. We're going to put a lot of effort there. But again, our efforts are throughout the state. We sample the OBEX. The OBEX area comes out. It's an area just below the cerebellum. It requires a deceased animal. Can't do this live. It's one of the best tests though, and is proved to be a gold standard. We use some staining type tests for the pathologist to look at. And the other test we use is, and we do this more often, it's the medial retroferential lymph nodes. This is what, if you go through a check station, this is what the health lab staff and the biologists are collecting. Medial retroferential lymph nodes are just above the pharynx. They're fairly easy to collect. This shows up, CWD shows up first in the lymph nodes in deer. In elk, it shows up either in the obex or the lymph nodes first, and so we try to collect both on those animals. Our sampling strategy, sample as many deer and elk as possible. We try to get older animals, of course. Like I said, this starts to show up more as an animal that's had it for a couple years. Mule deer are a premium. All adult elk we're sampling, but anything that's an adult, we're trying to sample. This is just a representation. There's a lot of dots on there. They actually, I don't know if there's 3,000 dots on there or not, because a lot of the dots are on top of one another. These are where we've collected CWD samples over a 3-year period. You can see that this shows us where hunters are taking animals, but that's good. It also shows us some blank spots, which is also good. And that's mostly related to animal density. Of course, we have seasons down there. It's just difficult for, we don't have a lot of permits, and it's also difficult to access those animals unless a hunter. So the efficiency things we're trying, we have a web-based reporting system now. So a hunter harvests an animal, we collect the sample, we submit the test, they can go back. So Richard Green in our lab enters this data. As soon as he gets it, sends it off, he enters the data, and hunter can go on, look up his hunter number and see I have a negative test. If it's a positive, it's not going to show up on this. We're going to call that person and we're going to go work with them and help them out. We've looked at and we're evaluating whether or not to have hunters actually collect samples. Some states have tried this to varying success. What is pretty exciting is that OSU, the Veterinary Diagnostic Lab, they have a brand new director, Kurt Williams. Dr. Kurt Williams is their lab director. They are going to stand up CWD testing at the OSU lab, which will decrease our turnaround time from a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks to days, because it'll be right in our backyard. And this testing should be available. It's going to takes about a year or so. They should be able to do this in the 23-24 hunting season. We're also expanding sampling. The district staff are going out. They're visiting with their meat processors and taxidermists. And if those individuals or those businesses want to help, we're providing a $10 per sample incentive to collect OBEX or the medial retroferential lymph nodes. And this is, some states only collect this way. So this could be significant. Source. We don't know how many that's going to count for here in Oregon, but we have it in place right now. And then check stations are going to be increased statewide because it's mandatory. In fact, I brought signs with me in the back of my vehicle. I've been passing them out to the various biologists. They're taking them back. And so We're going to have increased check stations this year, which should increase our sampling too. Public information plan was put together by Michelle Denny and the I&E staff. They've done a great job on this. This is in the last section of the management plan that we have together. Again, it includes talking points. It includes media messages and outreach, website messaging. We've Kevin Blakely and Brad Wolfer have visited with organization. Don Whitaker and I have been online with the Oregon Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, and one of the reasons we're visiting with these groups and stakeholders is so we can get the word out and have hunters have their animals tested. Funding, just briefly, we spend about $100,000 a year anyway out of our budget just on CWD. That's my time, staff's time, and what it takes most biologists to send samples to us, and then all the sampling, shipping, testing, and all that. It's not cheap. We put in for 2 grants with USDA that came available. We scored on both of them. First one's a research grant. It's evaluating the genetic susceptibility of Oregon cervids. This is going to be Roosevelt elk, the Rocky Mountain elk, as well as our Columbia white-tailed deer, mule deer, and black-tailed deer. Al Roca out of the University of Illinois, he's a world-renowned geneticist, is heading this effort up, and I've been visiting with him for about 3 or 4 years on this, and we got this grant. The other one is this $247,000 grant. We're going to increase staff. We're going to have a CWD biologist. We're going to bring on very shortly here. We're going to increase our sampling. We hope that we've been sampling about 1,000 to 1,500 samples a year. We're hoping to up this to at least 3,000 this year, hopefully, and more. The more, if we could sample everything, we would. This OSU diagnostic equipment that I have on this slide, we provided $50,000 of this grant to OSU to kickstart their program, and it cost about $200,000 to get a CWD testing sampling program up at a VDL. Of course, outreach. And then finally, we've been working with several of these data information and mapping programs that are online. This one is with CWD Info, is with the Wildlife Management Institute. It's with the CWD Alliance you may have heard about. They produce, this is for hunters and staff can have access to this. It shows Oregon in relation to where our closest positive is by game management unit. This site also provides information on hunting regulations, as well as carcass transport regulations and maps. It also, we can have our own dashboard on this site. We don't have ours up yet. It works a little better if you have CWD in the state to have your dashboard, but we're going to set it up anyway. We're in the process of doing that. And there's other, we're not just focusing on CWD Alliance, we're doing other programs too. We're going to enter information in as many of these as we can. So that's all I have. That was my last slide. If you have any questions? It's kind of a whirlwind tour.
Thank you, Commissioner Labhart, and then Commissioner King.
Okay, as usual, thank you, Colin, for a great presentation. So I'm going to ask you some tough questions that you answered for me previously. We probably have it in Oregon right now. We just don't know it, right?
That's correct. That's the sad part, Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart. We've been looking. If it's in the state and at a prevalence of 1% or less, which it likely is, and the only reason I say that is because of those 3 species and coming up with 6 animals. Boom! The first time you look, and I can't imagine that. Because of the borders is not a barrier, that animals' home ranges as well as migration Idaho has likely had it for a while. And that happens. It just happens. This is very hard disease to find.
So, second question. So, deer season, the rifle deer season is going to start up shortly. And when I arrive at the Prineville check station with my massive 4-point buck that I'm going to get, tell me exactly what's going to happen when I pull in there, so that people that are watching that are saying you're going to get checked. Run me quickly through what that process will be.
Okay. Chair Wall, Commissioner Laphart, you pull in, the biologist will collect all the information about basically where the animal was harvested, so we know, and it's usually by a drainage or hunt area or some information we can get to try to ID at least generally where it came from, and then we'll age the animal by pulling a tooth, and then we will collect basically the medial retroferential lymph node, and then give you a card that you can take, and it has a QR code on it, and it'll take you right to that website. You can enter in your hunter number, and within 2-3 weeks this year, it's going to take a little longer, but in the future, it could be within 5 to 7 days. You'll be able to see whether or not you have a positive animal or not. I hunted last year with a friend that has property in Missouri, and they have CWD. I was able to walk through their whole program by harvesting a deer, and I took it to a check station. They collected the medial retroferential lymph nodes. They gave me a card, and so we modeled a lot of our stuff after what went on there. Anyway, it said on the card, check within a week to 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I checked after about 3 or 4 days, and there was my result. So those are the kind of results that we're shooting for.
So next question. So I do that and it comes back positive. What will you tell me then?
Sure. Well, Commissioner Laphart, I will call you, either myself or your district biologist. We'll visit with you personally, or it could be somebody out of Wildlife Division. We'll get a hold of you and then offer, because of course this is voluntary, it's your deer, your elk. We'll offer to take the animal and have it incinerated. And if you've already processed it, it's in the freezer and just waiting for results, we can take those and dispose of those through we use Marion Covanta incineration for lots of disposal methods. We're working with, I'll just add, this is one, we're working with the DQ and Department of Ag for depositing carcasses in landfills. Which just makes a lot of sense, particularly once you have CWD. If you have lots of CWD, you're going to have to deposit them. So we have to work all those details out. That's one of this carcass disposal in state is a big deal, big issue, and we've been kind of wrestling with it without CWD. It's hard to do when you don't have the urgency, and you're trying to explain this to the other agencies that we need to get this set up now. But as you get closer, we hope to have all those set up.
So, we just been through COVID, which is a virus. We have bacteria with antibiotics. This is a protein. I just want you to tell me. Is there some way that science and research, and as good as human beings are, that we can find something that we can do to solve this problem? Or are we at a point right now where we just don't know? Or I think I know the answer to this, but
Chair Wall, Commissioner Laphart, I think about this. I talk with a lot of one of the first people that come up with this, Mike Miller out of Colorado. He just retired. I remember talking to him about this back in the late 70s, early 80s, when he didn't know what it was at the time. They didn't even have it named, and so and it looked like for the last 20 to plus years that we would never move forward on this. There is potential for vaccines. There's better testing now. You can actually have this PCR testing called RT-Quick PCR, where it amplifies just microscopic, just a prion or two. It'll amplify it, so you could find, 1 or 2 prions in a 55-gallon barrel of water. It's that sensitive. Those aren't available to the agency. Those they're research that costs a lot of money to do, and they take a lot of time to pull off. But so there's lots of research. Things that the prion is resistant to all our typical disinfectants, quaternary compounds. You can kill most of it if you put enough bleach on it, and it's right there. But if it's spread over a field, very difficult. But nonetheless, there's folks working on this. There's research being done on how to maybe treat fields, how to come up with ways to kill this. The only real way to kill this, you need to get the temperature up to at least 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit. And I say this interestingly, that there was a study where they ashed a highly infected deer, and it was at like 1,000 degrees or 1,100 degrees or whatever, and then they fed it to another, and the deer that they fed the ash to got CWD, and it was like, oh, that wasn't hot enough. And so that's how we know it needs to be to 1,800. And a Covanta is a facility that does this. There's other incineration facilities that are hot enough.
So last is just a comment. So thanks to OHA and other stakeholder groups, they've strongly recommended that this commission and this department put together a program option package for additional funding, and that's going to be coming to the legislature. So I hope that people are watching this. I hope some legislators are watching this, and that we receive that funding for continue to work on this effort. And thank you for all your time and effort on it. It's a really serious subject. So thank you for your time.
Commissioner King, and then Commissioner Khalil and Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Good to see you again, Doctor. Thank you so much for having me at your lab. I was there with actually Deputy Director Colbert, and we had a great day. And she had the great idea to have you come to the commission. So thanks for that, because this is an important topic, and it needed for the rest of everyone else to hear it, not just the hunters of the crowd that was front of our brain. I think this is a larger environmental issue, and I think I know the answer, but I wanted you to answer it for the record. When we get the positives out there, we know they're out there. We just haven't found them yet. So when the hunter comes back and they have the positive, say they've already consumed their backstrap. What does that mean? Can a human get it via consuming an infected deer or elk or moose? So the answer.
Commissioner King, it's a great question. I can tell you by what we know is the answer is no, because we have not identified any hunters that have consumed deer, elk, or moose that have been infected coming down with CWD. Now, the Case Western University has the National Prion Center, Surveillance Center. Brian Applegate's the director out there, and they've been looking for cases. They test any cases they get of Creutzfeldt-Jacobs disease, CJD, in humans. And if they can get the right samples, they try to see if the person was a hunter, if they could have consumed deer, elk, and if the presentation of CWD matches that as CJD. So far, I mean, they've done this successfully many times, and it's always been sporadic CJD. That happens like one in a million. So the hunter consuming. So let me just say that the CDC recommends that, and as we do, hunters do not consume animals that are infected with any disease. that we know of. And we just don't recommend it. There are states where they sample up to 15% of the harvest, and they're shooting 800,000 deer, like Wisconsin is a good example. And they have CWD in a lot of these areas at 40% of the deer population. So if they're only, so there's a lot of deer that are not sampled, that are going home or getting consumed. And so, you could think, well, that's a great experiment. I wouldn't want to be part of that one. But at the same time, we have not shown that this has occurred in humans. If people do get CWD, there's a very good chance that it occurs at such a slow rate in humans that they don't come down with the disease before they reach old age and pass on. And so that's current theory. Of course, it's never happened, so we don't know.
And so the big threat then is to the animals themselves, meaning this could wipe out deer and elk populations. It's not much human effect, is what you're saying.
Chair Wall, Commissioner King, there have been at least 2 research projects that we've looked at them: whitetail deer and mule deer in Wyoming, Converse County, around the Casper area. And the researchers there looked at high prevalences of CWD in these deer populations. And because Wyoming didn't actually go after reducing prevalence for a while, at least not aggressively. And so they were trying to just put out hot spots because they were chasing it everywhere. And so what they showed through modeling is that at above about 19%, your deer, it starts to be additive. It starts to take your deer populations down, and it would likely do it with elk also. So that's not good. And that's why if we end up with a positive, we need to get on it and try to make that the needle in the haystack. Hopefully we catch. If it's not, we still need to keep prevalence low there so it doesn't spread to other parts of the state and it doesn't actually start to cause negative decreases in populations by getting a prevalence that's too high.
Thank you. And congratulations on getting those grants, because I know that's tough work. And, we can't count on the pops. So at least we do have something to start with from the feds. So congrats on that.
Thank you, Dr. Cleo.
My question is mostly a point of curiosity. Sea star wasting disease, is that also a prion disease? Is that related to this at all, or do they just share a similar name? Because I know that's been an issue on the coast.
Right. Chair Wall, Commissioner Khalil, it's not a prion disease. And I'm not the one to speak on this, really. I'm not. I think it's related to potential virus and some other stuff, ocean conditions, a lot of different things. But it's from what I know, it is not related. They just use the same name. So
kind of what I thought, but
yeah,
just checking.
Go ahead. We have any fisheries
phone a friend
people?
Quick.
I know it's not a prion.
It's not a prion. It's not a prion.
Dr. Gillen, thank you so much for your presentation. I guess I have a couple of questions. One is in your examples of states that already have it, how are they managing it? How do they try to manage it once it's more widespread? And why in which state was it that you just hunted in that you were referencing? Missouri. Why was 60% of the population healthy?
I was talking about Wisconsin. Chair Wall, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde. So on the front end of this, there's several ways to manage this, and we will follow suit. The Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies put out a great document, came primarily out of Wyoming, Colorado, and those areas, but it's called adaptive management of CWD. It's basically adaptive management if you have the disease. And so it gives a series of steps. And part of these is to reduce prevalence at all costs. And you want to do that just to keep if you can keep the number of animals, the density low, they're not doing the nose to nose. Mm-hmm. So that's important. Or they're not dropping CWD on the landscape. Mm-hmm. It's unfortunate for those areas. You just, to have high animal prevalence, there's no way for us to control either the spread or the environmental contamination. And if it was a great, say, mule deer area that gets this first, we're going to have to talk with our hunting public about it. It's by not doing enough or not doing anything, it's been shown it's a really bad idea. So communication is going to come into play. As far as Wisconsin and some of these, it's not the whole state that has 60% non-CW. It's just certain hunt areas, specific hunt areas that have high population. They might be, I should say, they probably are all private land. So access is limited. There's captive facilities in there that have kind of a free-ranging captive. Everything in my property is, and I allow hunters in. So they've allowed deer numbers to get up really high. In captive facilities, Pennsylvania is an example, where they identified CWD in a herd of about 280. It took, the landowner did not want the animals killed for indemnity money until he got a good price. It took 2 years. When they went back in there and actually removed those animals, it was over 80% of the deer had CWD. So by all intents and purposes, if you don't do something, you're going to get it in 100%. And you just don't want to go there. Our best tool is to keep prevalence at less than 2%. Or New York got one case in a fawn, and they kind of went medieval on all the deer in that area, and they haven't found it since.
So you just hunt them out, incinerate them.
Yep.
So if you see, so the other thing that you're trying to share with the hunting public or any of the public that is actually out around all these populations is to say, if you start seeing animals that look sick to you, give us a call. Is that part of the outreach too?
That's part of the outreach.
Like, they look droopy, they look skinny.
Yeah, and we hope that, Commissioner Hatfield, we hope that does not occur, because if the first animal we find is sick, it's been there for at least 2 years.
Okay.
Probably longer. That could happen. I'm not going to say that's not going to happen. And it has happened with multiple states. And then when they say, "Oh, let's go look over here," and you start sampling, and you end up with like a 20%, 25%. That's happened in Arkansas with about a 25% prevalence by the time. And they were sampling every year, but not at a real high rate. So what the best thing that could happen is anybody harvesting a deer or elk have their animals tested. It's voluntary. It's not something that is, if you end up with a positive animal, it's just between the department and the hunter. We would, of course, announce that a certain hunt area is positive. And that would be so that we could do management to maintain it, protect the rest of the state. When you go in there and first look, you determine how many animals have it, the prevalence, and you determine how widespread it is. And that is, I didn't have, that was one of my original slides going to show you how we did this, but it's in our plan. There's good graphics to show how we'll go about doing this, but it's those things. If that's how we can do the most to create. I would say CWD is going to be in every state. We've always said that you're not going to keep it from coming in. It comes in through natural migrations of animals. Just is how we will likely get it. hunters can bring it in. That's why we have the parts ban. Or you move it at 70 miles an hour down the highway in a vehicle, which is why we ban all imports of cervids. None of them can come in from another state. And so we try to control as much as we can. But the migration is one thing that, of course, no state controls.
And then I had thank you. And also I want to echo Commissioner Labhart that I'm very appreciative that, you guys are so on this, and then Oregon Hunters brought more attention again during the POPs process so we can get a little bit more geared up, hopefully through that. But also, I just had this random thought, which is, all the livestock producers that are having to deal with bone piles as wolves begin to come into their area are also having that same issue in terms of how do we get our I know we like to call them solid waste facilities. How do we get our dumps to have areas where bones, get dealt with? So there might be a crossover for ODA of, needing to think twofold. Let's get that up and running for both purposes.
Well, Commissioner Hetfield-Hyde, it's true. This is why this carcass management, it's complex. Every state's a little different. Even not only how you deal with livestock, but also with these carcasses that when we become positive, we got to figure out what are our resources, what's legal, what can we do efficiently. We're looking at carcass dumpsters. We're looking at deposit sites. If we end up with 500 deer carcasses, a bone pile of that thing, we have to figure out what we're going to do with it from there. There's a lot of things that we think about. The other reason, one of the reasons you want to manage these carcasses too, is that positive animals that are consumed by scavengers, the prion can pass through to feces in that scavenger on the landscape. Wow. Is that a major source? We don't know. There's been research that shows it happens in Grand Teton Park that prion was being or that infectious material, at least through a study, was picked up by ravens and vultures and like, and then you could find it in the the waste of the birds. So we also know that could happen in fox, coyotes, mice, that kind of thing. But we don't know how significant that is. The big thing is if it's in an animal itself. If the animal dies from CWD, and say nobody finds it, and it melts into the landscape, and all that you find is bones, all that area around that carcass is basically hot for CWD. For all intents and purposes, forever. And I don't know what we're going to do about that yet, but there are folks that are researching that across the country, trying to come up with ways.
Thank you, Vice Chair Zarnowitz. And then Dr. King, did you have your card up again? Okay, and then we'll have one more question from Dr. King.
His hand up too. Huh? Spellbreak has his hand up too.
Got it, thanks.
This is perhaps not one for you, but thank you very much for the presentation. It was very, very informative. But if a hunter comes in, voluntarily brings his animal in because he doesn't pass a check station, he or she, then and chooses to have it destroyed, are we going to issue them another tag so they could perhaps get a clean animal? Wildlife Division might.
Or Vice Chair Zarnowitz, I think that's Director Melcher could.
Sure. Well, first of all, I guess I would say, Chair Wall and Commissioner Zarnowitz, that it depends. And it depends, first of all, of course, most of our controlled hunts in Eastern Oregon are very time limited. So it's unlikely that the individual is going to know that they had even under the best case scenario, that they're going to know they had a positive animal until after the season's over. So in that case, we certainly would not be reauthorizing the tag after the season had closed. But we do have the preference point reinstatement process that is well institutionalized, and I think we would likely invoke something like that in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We have one Commissioner Spellbrink has a question, and then we'll go to yours, Dr. King,
Sure,
and then
sure.
I think
Sounds
we're
good.
finished. Go ahead, Commissioner Spellbrink.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Wall. Yeah, I really appreciate the presentation too. I'm glad we have Dr. Gillen on our side here. Anyway, right now, there's not too much concern in Western Oregon. Is that right? I mean, as far as for black-tailed deer and Roosevelt elk?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink, you know, I personally wouldn't go there.
Yeah.
And I would think we need to worry about everywhere in the state. And I say this, here's why, is because we have been sampling, and Idaho was sampling at some level too. They were really focusing on Wyoming, their eastern border for years. You know, that's where it's going to be, and that's good. But it ended up on the western border first. Montana did the same thing. They looked at Montana looked at their southern border, and they found it near there, in the middle of the state, but kind of south. The very next year, it ended up in Libby, you know, in the northwest, and then it was within 11 miles of the Idaho border and within 50 miles of the Washington border. And it was like, whoa, how did it get up there? Well, it had moved, and we tend not to look hard enough at places we can't see it. And so I hope it's not in Western Oregon. But I don't know. This is a disease that is it's hard to find. It's very hard to find.
Right. And I guess where I was going with that would be, so you're interested in, you know, people bringing in, you know, testing animals in Western Oregon, also blacktail and Roosevelt elk.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink, yes. Any deer, any subspecies of deer or elk, and you know, if to our own staff, if we have a moose that dies, you know, grab the Obex and Medial Retroferential lymph nodes. Anything that's susceptible, we need to look at. It just, and anything that's not susceptible, we're not actually checking. So.
Thank you. We have one more question. Dr. King.
Yes, thank you, Chair Wall. I would just, this is a nice segue to the question I want to ask, which is, you know, in the medical community, we epically failed epidemiology 101 with COVID, in that we kept waiting. We kept saying, we don't have COVID here. There's nobody sick. And of course, it was circulating, and it was through the community, and it was out of control before we could do anything about it. And I would say, like, to your supreme credit, you guys are getting it right. It's here. We just haven't found the tests to prove it yet. And the way to control it is to get out in front of it and get on top of it. And I think that we need to take that approach with our media outreach, with our I&E, with, you know, understanding people can get their preference points back, all of it. Because we cannot wait. The point that you have already made, by the time you actually see the sick animal, they've been sick for 2 years and they've been spreading it and shedding it. It's all over the darn place. So if we're waiting for a sick animal, by the time we do that, it's already game over. So I think the way to do it is to not make the mistakes the medical community made and just waited for a sick person and then declare the pandemic. So I would just add, like, we just need to hammer this a lot with all of our communications and with all of our outreach and all of our understanding and the check stations and the hunters themselves, is that just assume it's there. And until you can tell me otherwise, it's there.
Well, Commissioner King, that's true. And the one thing that you run into with sampling and not finding it for 20 years or more is you run into fatigue, not only from the hunters, but also from our own staff. And it has happened in every state. It's hard to keep going. It's like, oh, I haven't found it yet. But we are at a point where it's all hands on deck. We need our hunters more than ever to help us with this disease. And our staff is set up. Like I said, we have our check stations leaving the back of my vehicle as we speak, and they're going all over the state, and we're going to do the best we can. And we may not get it right this year. We're doing everything we know, but it's a work in progress. We will set up and do it right next year or the next year. We'll keep moving.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Sure. Well, I would just add, Commissioners, not a question, Colin, but first, and I mentioned it earlier, but Colin is truly a national expert on just wildlife health, but also on chronic wasting disease. So we're very fortunate to have him. But I would just say there are strategies, there are management strategies, and there's some thinking that, for instance, managing, and Colin kind of alluded to this, but managing your deer populations for mature old age male animals is not a good strategy because of the prevalence among older aged males. And so, historically, Oregon has had we manage most of our deer hunts for maximum opportunity, not for maximum age at harvest. And so that's a strategy that may hopefully serve us well. And you'll, every winter, or at least in the bad winters, we hear the beck and call for feeding. And this is just another reason why, with very limited exceptions, we refuse and do not endorse feeding due to the congregation of these animals and the high probability of nose-to-nose contact and all that stuff. So appreciate your work, Colin, and thanks for indulging me.
Good point. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Right on to temporary rules.
So, Commissioners, we do have, I believe, 22 temporary rules here for your ratification, and we're standing by to answer any questions you might have.
Great. It looks like we have one Commissioner, Vice Chair Zarnowitz. Go ahead.
Yeah, on the closures in the John Day and Umatilla and that area, it's number 5, which closes all that area to steelhead fishing September 1 through December 31. And then we have the other one in number 14 that closes it to steelhead fishing in September 15th through December 31. I'm just curious about what the difference is. Why? It seems like it's the first one closes it starting September 1st. So why do we need the second one?
Well, I'm not sure, and I'll look and see if Mr. Harrington is here.
Come, dear Michael.
And while he's coming up, I will read them both closely to see if
Number 5 and number 14.
Yes, number 5 and number 14.
We've already passed both dates, but
Chair Wall, if I can.
There you go.
Have an answer I can share.
My God.
where'd he go?
Did we
Go
lose him?
ahead, John, if you're still there.
Yeah. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zanowitz, these are just different areas. So the rule summary you're getting is basically just that, a summary, but if you look in the OARs, it's a different area that's being closed.
Okay. Yeah, the rules didn't clarify that on their own because it looked like it was the whole river.
Yeah, it just says John Day.
On number 5 and the whole river on number 14.
One of them is the lower section of the John Day and one of them is the upper section.
And these are just summaries, it sounds like.
Yeah. Well, I did read them, but maybe I didn't read them clearly enough. Okay, thank you.
Could I just ask a follow-up question to that one? In those two cases, did we close it the entire John Day to just retention or also angling? So it seemed like there were parts that we left out in terms of closing it entirely.
Chair Wall, yeah. the majority of the system is closed to angling for steelhead. But the John Day Arm, which is lower down, is open is close to retention of steelhead to allow for other fisheries, Chinook in particular. And in the past few years, where we've had that same rule in place, we've caught between 0, or our creel showing between 0 and like 10 steelhead being caught in the John Day Arm, so very low impacts.
Could you just say a bit more, Sean, in terms of, we have been trying to figure out when there are low temperatures or high temperatures, low flows, what our framework for closures will look like. Is what you just described in terms of the arm and above the in the upper John Day, is that consistent with what we're looking for in the framework?
Chair, well, they're not actually related. The closures are related to low abundance and run size, okay. And the temperatures in these areas are not part of the calculation for closing them at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Other questions, commissioners? If not, thank you. Commissioner Hatfield.
Yeah, I would move to ratify the 22 temporary rules set forth on this September 16th, 2022 agenda.
Is there a second? Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to ratify the temporary rules as read into the record. Seeing no further questions, those in favor, could I have a thumbs up? And Commissioner Spellbrink, he's got his thumb. Thank you. Motion approved. So, thank you, and we can go to the minutes. This is for business. I'm sorry. I do that every time. Just
yes, Chair Wall, under other business, we do have a presentation from the High Desert Partnership, and I believe Brenda Smith is here.
Yay.
Yes, she is.
And a couple other people.
Welcome, welcome.
Hello. Hello, hello. That's good.
Okay. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zanowitz, Director Melcher. For the record, my name is Brenda Smith. I'm the director at High Desert Partnership here in Harney County. Welcome to Harney County, and thank you for the invitation to speak to the commission. First off, I just want to say that ODFW staff in Harney County are key partners in our work, and we're very grateful for their participation in our work. So because we are an organization that is about collaboration, this presentation, of course, is a collaborative effort. And so there's going to be a number of us speaking. And for my part, I just want to give you a sort of a brief introduction about High Desert Partnership, and then we'll move on. So in an increasingly divided country, the ability for diverse groups and interests to work together collaborative is imperative. In many areas of Harney County, the rural economy relies on our health of our natural resources. Yet much of the land is publicly managed. And historically, in this area, this was a recipe for heated disagreements around public land management, private land use, impact to rural economies and communities, and conservation concerns. Our founding board members believe that creating a culture of place-based collaboration would be essential to reverse some of these conflicts. High Desert Partnership was formed to support bringing people together to build relationships and cultivate collaboration to help solve complex problems facing Harney County. Our early work over 15 years ago was initiated to improve relationships between public and private land management to benefit our communities. Let's see. High Desert Partnership is a nonprofit organization with a strong track record of convening and supporting multiple collaborative groups that represent diverse interests, each working towards innovative solutions to solve complex problems around ecological, community, and economic issues. We are the only organization in the region that intentionally links issues for holistic problem solving through facilitated forums. And we allow and encourage diverse partners to form their solutions. And it does seem to be working. You'll be hearing about three of our natural resource-based collaboratives here in a minute. It can seem at times we are living in a world where people are challenged to talk with and listen to each other. High Desert Partnership's collaborative foundation is about building authentic relationships with diverse stakeholders. And this is time consuming, and this happens at the speed of people. Fundamentally, we are in a relationship building business, and it's our intention that by nurturing these relationships, the culture of collaboration can continue to help people work together. In just these past few years, the groups that we support have been working on complex issues, including invasive species management, both plant and animal, fire resilient forests, developing career-connected opportunities for youth in our communities, creating new pathways for employment. And we have helped small businesses succeed and thrive through the pandemic. So our purpose really is fairly simple. We're working together to find common ground. Before an issue comes to a head, we start talking with folks. Those that want to be part of the solution, take a seat at the table. We bring folks together to listen, share ideas and expertise. We build shared science and practice adaptive management, and we work to ensure everyone is heard. The future of our rural way of life depends on all of us working together. So if you share a love and concern of this amazing place, grab a cup of coffee, pull up a chair, and let's get to work. You're part of the partnership now. High Desert Partnership. Slow. It won't move? Okay, thanks,
Use
Jeff.
a computer.
Yeah, use a computer, Josh. That's why I have extra people.
Don't touch the buttons. Don't touch the buttons.
Okay, don't touch the computer. Okay, so I'm just going to keep going.
And don't worry, this happens to us all the time. Like slides don't forward,
Yeah.
and yeah.
Mike's down.
So to conclude my part, High Desert Partnership is really looking at a future in our community different than what we have ever imagined by keeping an eye on the big picture, how our solutions to environmental, economic, and social challenges are connected, and how it impacts our rural way of life. And now I'm going to turn the presentation to the next presenter. It goes.
These are 4 great photos, so we'll stay here.
Yeah, okay.
Chair Wall, Vice Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Josh Hansen, and I'm the Forest and Range Ecological Coordinator at High Desert Partnership. I work with 2 collaboratives, the Forest Restoration Collaborative and the Wildfire Collaborative. As I said earlier, our collaboratives and the foundation of our collaboratives is built on relationships. And actually during my interview process, the combination of ecological knowledge necessary as well as the opportunity to build those relationships is actually what drew me to this job. The collaborative model that High Desert Partnership has is founded on those relationship-based partnerships. And it was really fascinating as a new guy to the collaborative within the past year, to see these play out in my job and through the projects that the collaboratives are working on. One of the collaboratives that I coordinate is the Forest Collaborative, and I think you guys went out to the forest yesterday, but the Forest Collaborative is focused around increasing pace and scale of restoration across the southern Malheur Forest, specifically on the Immigrant Creek Ranger District. And this Forest Collaborative is a great example of how those differing partners can come together to reach consensus on pretty contentious issues sometimes. And it can happen relatively quick, or it can take a very long time depending on some of the time frame and conversations that we have. It's also a great example of how we're working towards multiple collaboratives working together on projects. Just recently, we signed a biomass stewardship agreement with the Forest Service, which allows High Desert Partnership to contract with timber cutters to thin some of the small diameter biomass on the forest, which is a large fire risk for us. And the product of that small diameter biomass is actually going to be given or go to the biomass or the biomass furnace in the county, which is going to be used to heat local buildings here that we have in the county. And so our hope for that future is that that could develop into a consistent revenue stream that local timber cutters would have an opportunity to develop a business through our Biz Harney here. And that's one of the 6 collaboratives we support. The other collaborative that I work with is the Wildfire Collaborative. And this started back in 2014 after a pretty bad wildfire year for Harney County. And it came about with partners wanting to have a different conversation around wildfire management. Through shared knowledge and communication, the collaborative focuses on suppression, prevention, and restoration on rangeland management. And through the years of working together, those partners have been able to build that working trust and relationships that's allowed landscape scale management to happen on the rangeland. And just recently, one of our partners just said during the meeting that range management is wildfire management looking forward. And that's kind of how that collaborative thinks about our rangelands management, very prevalent in Harney County. As I said, through that trust of working together over the past years, that was very, very interesting to see how that allowed us to go for a grant, and specifically, it's covered up, but so Oregon Senate Bill 762, it's authorized state funding, and Section 18 through 20 was administered through the Oregon Department of Forestry for landscape scale wildfire resilience. That is a grant that the Wildfire Collaborative went after. And again, as a new guy, it was really interesting to see how those past trust and relationships that those partners have built even before I showed up allowed such a big grant of $5 million to go together within a couple months and have projects identified. And it was very evident when we came in 2 times over our expected budget. And then you got to see partners cut projects and understand that, hey, we're after a bigger landscape scale management here, and taking some out is better than not getting funded at all. And just a little bit about that project. We're treating about 70,000 acres in the Stinking Waters Mountain region, primarily targeting invasive annual grasses, juniper treatments, reseeding where necessary, and
Good morning, Chair Wall and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Melissa Petschauer. I'm the Harney Basin Ecological Coordinator. My role at HDP is to support the Harney Basin Wetlands Collaborative, as well as the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge Comprehensive Conservation Plan Collaborative. I provide oversight and support to these ecological-based collaboratives to meet goals agreed upon through consensus-based decision-making. The Harney Basin Wetlands Collaborative was formed in 2011 to find ways to improve the aquatic health and sustainability of Malheur Lake and the flood irrigated wet meadows across the Harney Basin. In addition to Malheur Lake, the private flood irrigated wet meadow ranch lands provide critical habitat for migratory birds.
Traditional flood irrigation practices that spread shallow water across Harney basins, hay meadows, every spring create conditions that mimic historical flood regimes. These support migrating birds and breeding birds. These private working lands are one of the cornerstones of Harney County, supporting families and feeding the local economy. Perfect. Reviving Malheur Lake and maintaining flood meadows are both complex issues. The constructive space of a collaborative atmosphere makes it possible for diverse interests to make better decisions that benefit the environment, the community, and the livelihoods of many. Since 2011, the Harney Basin Wetlands Collaborative has increased knowledge and understanding of the distribution and behavior of invasive carp and methods to control them and restore Malheur Lake to a clear water state. Improve the understanding and water table and the plant community dynamics in the flood irrigated wet meadows with new tools for land managers to adapt to changing climate conditions. They coordinated monitoring approaches among partners to measure progress and quality outcomes. They added new irrigation infrastructure to enhance and increase best management of flood irrigated wet meadows to promote both wildlife and ranching. 4,000 acres of flood irrigated wet meadow habitat has been enhanced through infrastructure improvements. And most importantly, build a community in Harney County by engaging landowners, community groups, and partners to increase interest and support for local conservation and new natural resources. All right. Another example of the High Desert Partnerships collaboration is the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge Comprehensive Conservation Plan. In 2008, the refuge was on the verge of creating a 15-year plan through traditional government planning processes, likely resulting in litigation creating additional diversions within the community. Putting this plan together was a true test of our collaborative process. Meeting between groups and individuals with different viewpoints were planned and purposed positions. Conservationists, ranchers, tribal members, agency employees, and others came together and built a refuge planning community who were truly interested in making the refuge work for the wildlife and for the people living in Harney County. As a result of the refuge plan was built around the concept that the refuge does not exist and cannot be managed in an isolation form from the surrounding landscapes and the people. The planning process used to develop the CCP. CCP helps to build the relationships and communication necessary to produce a consensus around these three core principles. Ongoing collaboration approach to implementation built around partnerships and shared commitment to long-term sustainability of the refuge and the larger Harney Basin's wildlife habitats and human communities. Commitment to science-based active adaptive management driven by monitoring and evaluation of results with refuge decision-making that is transparent and is informed by stakeholder involvement. Focus on aquatic ecosystems health and subsequent benefits to waterways, wetlands, and upland habitats. I was drawn to HDP not only because of the complex natural resources that this region faces, but also because of the collaboration effort that has made the work here possible. I came to High Desert Partnership because I wanted something different and to be part of something that can make a difference. We're building a culture of collaboration. HDP has been at this for 15 years and has faced various tests over these years. What we've learned is a simple act of building relationships and talking about complex issues can be effective ways to reach consensus and find solutions. The examples from the refuge planning process and the Harney Basin Wetlands Collaborative are just a couple of ways of how collaboration is really making a difference.
Good morning, Chair Wall and Vice Chair Zarnowitz and members of the Commission. My name is Bob Salinger. I'm the Conservation Director for Portland Audubon Society. I'm going to talk a little bit more about the Harney Basin Wetlands Initiative. From our perspective, this is one of the most important bird initiatives in Oregon and, in fact, the Western United States. Malheur is an incredibly important place for birds. More than 300 species of birds use Malheur for migratory and nesting habitat. And when I talk about Malheur, as Osu said, I'm talking about the greater ecosystem here as well. We're talking about the private ranch lands on the Sylvie floodplains. We're talking about the refuge proper. You have to think about this in context because it's all important. But more than 300 species use the refuge for nesting and migration. Hundreds of thousands of waterfowl and tens of thousands of shorebirds use the wildlife refuge. Half of the world's population, again, half of the world's population of Ross's geese use the refuge. That's astounding. 20% of the world's population of white ibises use the refuge. It's one of the largest refuge populations for sandhill cranes. So it's a high priority for bird conservation. Portland Audubon was actually formed for the purpose of establishing Malheur National Wildlife Refuge. That was our first priority back in 1902. And it was a petition from William Finley, our founder, to Teddy Roosevelt, and the photographs he took of the carnage, the killing of birds for the millinery trade, that convinced Roosevelt to create Malheur, Three Arch Rocks, and Klamath, the first refuges in the western United States. So we have a very long history out here. It's also an incredibly challenged place. Invasive carp have decimated Malheur Lake. It's a situation where the lake once produced 180,000 waterfowl a year. Now it produces less than 10,000. The carp destroy the vegetation, muddy the waters, create turbidity, and it's no longer really viable habitat in the way that it once was. There's conversion of the flood irrigated meadows to pivots. And that flooding, even though oftentimes conservation groups oppose flood irrigation because it takes water out of the streams, in this case, it is beneficial for the birds. It's important. The effects of climate change, less water in our system, and declining groundwater. So these combination of things put this incredibly important place at risk. For decades, this was a landscape that was mired in conflict. And as you've already heard, the Comprehensive Conservation Plan brought the community together. And I give real credit to Chad Carges of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, because every single refuge had to do a comprehensive conservation plan by 2012. Only one took a collaborative approach, and that was Malheur, and that was due to Chad Carges and Bruce Taylor from Defenders of Wildlife, rancher Gary Marshall, Commissioner Dan Nichols, people who were visionary. The Fish and Wildlife Service did not want to do it because they didn't think it could work. It would just be a waste of time, and we'd still wind up suing. No one believed it could work at the beginning. We came together for many years, beginning around 2007 and 2008, worked together. I came out here for every single meeting. We made a commitment that we would be here in person, not that we would call in, or it was important to get to know each other. I brought my kids so people get to know my family too, so we could really start to interact, learn about one another. And we built trust over time. That was ranchers, county commissioners, tribes, environmental groups, the Burns Paiute. And it was so successful that we agreed to stay together when it was over. We could have done a plan, put it on a shelf, and walked away. That's what we usually do, right? But we felt that the relationships we made were so important that we wanted to stick together. We wanted to keep working. And that's where the Harney Basin Wetlands Initiative emerged. And it's an amazing thing because 15 years later, it's still functioning. And it has been challenged. It's been sorely challenged over the years. But we have stuck together, and amazingly enough, it's made a generational shift. I was really worried that we were going to lose it when we had a new generation come in. Is it going to transcend the original people? It has. There's a whole new generation. I'm kind of the last, and I'll be going soon too, I suppose. And so it's been incredibly successful on the ground, but also from a collaborative standpoint. I really see Harney County as the epicenter of collaboration. And I think that's leading the way for other things that are happening in Oregon as well. I want to put, lastly, I just want to put how important this is in context. We know our birds are in trouble. We know we have 3 billion less birds today than we had 50 years ago. We know that spans all different kinds of bird species. They're in decline. And when you talk about the Pacific Flyway, the system of refuges along the southern Oregon border, Klamath, Abert, Summer Lake, Goose Lake, Malheur, are incredibly important, and they're all in trouble. They're all in trouble. And if we lose these refuges, the implications for the Pacific Flyway are absolutely catastrophic. And we're in different places. They have different challenges. They're all revolve around water. But I look at Malheur as a place that actually gives me the most hope right now, because we've been working together. These are incredibly complex problems. Every day we learn how much more complex it is than we thought it was yesterday. But the fact that we stuck together, done the science, done the work on the ground, built more and more trust, transcended a generation, is the only way we're going to get through this. And I think sometimes we take it for granted, these collaborative things are working well, so we can invest somewhere else. That is exactly the wrong attitude. I recently heard at an OWA meeting, and OWA was our primary funder for 6 years. They declined to fund us in the current round. But one of the things I heard that was troubling was that we are doing so well, we're getting along so well, we're so committed, that we don't need the funding anymore. Exactly wrong. Where we're getting along, where we're working, we're transcending historically contentious landscapes. we need to double down and invest and sustain that investment. And that investment needs to be permanent. It's not 1 year, it's not 5 years, it's generational, because these problems are generational. And where people have come together to transcend these historic conflicts, we need to make sure we invest in that progress. So thanks for the time today.
Oh, thank you all. It looks like we have one question already, and I bet we will have others. So let's go ahead with Commissioner Labhart.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Well, it's not really a question, it's a comment. I sit on the OWEB board, so I'm very familiar with the success of this collaborative. We have a program called FIP, it stands for Focused Investment Program. It's a 6-year program that funds very focused projects throughout the state. And it's a 6-year program, and when the 6-year program is up, then it goes away. And so myself and a couple other board members are very concerned about this collaborative going away. And I've had significant conversations with the director of OWEB, some of my fellow OWEB board members about we cannot let successful programs like this die. And we have to have a reinvention of what OWEB does to when we have collaboratives like this that can get together in contentious environments and build those relationships and produce results. We can't just say, well, sorry, it's over, go find your other funding somewhere else. It just doesn't work. And so we need to make sure that we support and provide adequate funding for collaboratives like this. And it's a huge positive to you folks to make this effort that you have and the successes that you had. We need to continue building those relationships and continue these collaboratives throughout the state. And so we have to have a more broad discussion than we have. We had a Zoom meeting a couple of weeks ago to have this specific discussion about it. And so I think there's some momentum. Can't guarantee it right now, but there's a strong support for figuring out a way where these collaboratives and these FIP projects, once they terminate through that funding cycle, of how we can continue to keep those going. And Bob has clearly made it clear to me, and so has Ken Beerley and others, how important this project is, and this collaborative, and that we need to continue to do it. And I strongly support it. And I'm going to work very hard with I only have one position on that board, but I'm pounding the table to try to find a way that we can keep these collaboratives going. So thank you for your presentation. You've got a strong supporter in me, and I will do my best. Can't guarantee it, but I'm only one.
You're probably getting tired of us by now.
No. I am such a strong supporter of building relationships, and it's relationships that make things happen, and it's getting warring parties to the table. And once you get those warring parties to the table and you find out, well, really, we all have the similar goals here. It's just how do we get there? And you have made that a success here. And so we need to make sure that we continue that. So
really appreciate your support too. You spoke very strongly on behalf of us. So it wasn't directed at you. Well, it was, but.
Thank you. Commissioner Khalil.
Hi, thank you so much. This is such an amazing model for decision-making and natural resource protection. I'm wondering if there are other examples or other groups kind of in this same, cast in this same die around either Oregon or in the Pacific Northwest that you know of.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Khalil, I'll take a start at that, but there are collaborative groups, certainly, and they're functioning well. What I think is a little bit different that we haven't seen even region-wide or even in the West with High Desert Partnership is we're the overarching organization that has the goal of bringing and convening groups together. across interests. So we have a Biz Harney collaborative. And so those folks are meeting around rural economy and supporting small businesses. And then we have the Harney County Restoration Club or Forest Restoration Collaborative and the Wetlands Collaborative. And so what we're doing is we're sort of this umbrella organization that our main mission is supporting collaboration. We're letting our partners figure out the solutions. We don't have an agenda for where we want them to go, except we want them to meet. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would just link to the, that there are other forest collaboratives out there outside of here. You also now have the Elliott State Forest Collaborative, which is coming on board. It's not a collaborative, but it's similar. And you have the Forest Practices Act Accords as well. So at a time of incredible division, actually, there's a variety of places in Oregon right now through multi-year processes that are transcending these historic divides. I also need to give a shout out to Peter Harkema and Oregon Consensus because they've been involved in this one since day one. Yes. They were involved. They've led the Elliott State Forest, and they were also intimately involved in the forest practices. So that's a pretty remarkable track record for them.
Thank you. Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, and then I do have a question as well.
Yeah, this is my thing, right? Like, I'm so thankful for you guys and what you're doing here. And I also realize deeply how important it is. We had similar efforts in Klamath, but they would get connected to agreements that required outside parties that may not want, what we're trying to do. So the importance in these rural places of keeping something like High Desert Partnership going is so critical, and it saves so much time and money because then you can build, like you're saying, you guys might not, your groups might not agree on everything, but hey, we worked through it with this, so we learned how to do it, and now we're going to work through it on the next issue. And when we look at all of the issues that are facing these landscapes, it, sage-grouse, fire, mule deer habit, all of it. It goes on and on and on forever, right? We have to have this, and to have it held in the community, but welcoming diverse thought from the outside is really a good model, I think. I think it's incredible, and I'm very thankful that you're here. And Bob, I want to see who your mentee is. So you're getting that next generation of their schlepping out here.
They're not schlepping out here, actually. Teresa Wicks, we were so pleased with the outcome of this that we put permanent staff in Harney County. We have full-time permanent staff in Harney County.
Which is crazy too, right? It's crazy. Thank you.
And she came.
Yeah.
So she's gonna. And now she's over here for us.
Yeah. Okay. And she's gonna live here, and she's gonna be like.
She's been here for 4 years. We started putting contract staff out here 10 years ago. So. Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's really important that you come here and if you're an outsider and learn about the issues and learn about the challenges. And then one thing I say too is, I think sometimes we base the success of these on our ability to agree. I think it's also our ability to disagree. And one of the most powerful moments was we had a very big disagreement in a rancher came in and said, usually we would walk away from the table after this, but because we've actually built this understanding, trust, and we've had success, this is actually an incentive to come back and try twice as hard instead. And, I think that ability to be able to disagree and still stay at the table and work with each other on where we can find that common ground.
Thank you.
I would echo what people have said about how remarkable it was. We had a tour, and I think you've heard about it, and you already knew about it because some of your work is some of the things we saw yesterday. The thing that strikes me, other than how remarkable it is to have this kind of a collaborative, is what a couple of you at least, and maybe all four of you have referred to, which is how big the challenges are, and that it's ongoing. And what I heard from Commissioner Labhart is that OWEB will be taking another look at this he has anything to say about it. You didn't have an ask at the end of it, but if I took an assumption from what you have said and what Commissioner Labhart has said, an ask of us would be to support his work to make sure that this group continues. And I think that what we got to see yesterday was where our staff are remarkably involved in these things and have critical roles across all kinds of these efforts. And it was, I use the term added, a bunch of added perspective from having seen what we saw yesterday, the projects, but also just the area again, because we don't get over here very often. So kudos to you for what you've done. It is as unusual as it feels to have these collaboratives work. They can work, clearly, since it is working here. And if there is an ask, my question is, if there is an ask other than the one I just described, which is to support Commissioner Labhart's work on OWEB and help and with our staff working in these projects, is there something else that we have missed?
Thank you. Yeah,
Bob.
Chair Wall, members of the commission. So I don't think I have a specific ask, but I would sort of appreciate like your support, your continued support for your staff to engage with our collaboratives, because it is critical and crucial, and they are, they're working across all of our collaboratives. And there is a benefit to your staff working. For example, in our youth initiative, we have some funding for career connection and internships. So we were actually able to support an ODFW intern as part of that program, I think the last 2 years. So providing some more capacity and needed capacity on your end too. So
thank you. That's helpful. Bob, it looked like you wanted to say something.
Two quick asks. I think one, we need to think about a funding mechanism along the lines of like we have SWCDs, we have watershed councils. I think we probably need a permanent funding mechanism for collaboratives. And I think that's not just OWEB. I think that's thinking about that at a state level. For the ones, especially the ones that came out of the sort of conflict arena, not necessarily, there's lots of collaboratives out there and they take different forms. But for the ones like this that are kind of a different beast, that needs to be kind of a permanent funding source. And I think thinking about having all the natural resource agencies come together and think about that kind of permanent structure would be helpful. The second thing is that there's going to be opportunities ahead to think about other places. I think about Lake Abert in particular, where you now have the nucleus of people really coming together in a way that we have not seen before. It's also in crisis, critically important habitat for shorebirds. I think starting to think about how we invest in that. And I think ODFW has a big role there too. And of course the climate is always sort of rumbling along. But I think thinking about where the next places are that seem to have critical mass and making sure that we start to muscle up around those. It is tough to get these started. It's kind of like pulling teeth because it's kind of like, well, it's going to be a lot of work and a lot of time and they don't go anywhere. So those are the two things I would flag.
I just want to add one thing to what Bob said, and that is that, you know, there are a lot of different collaboratives and even agencies are sort of offering a collaborative process. And I would just say that sort of the grassroots component to this work is pretty crucial. And so, you know, an agency saying you now all should collaborate and we're going to give you some money to do that, in my mind hasn't been quite as effective as supporting the people that are working and letting them figure out how they're going to collaborate. So we do have a water collaborative in the community that was part of the Oregon Water Resources Department. And I do think because we have a bit of a culture of collaboration that we've made it work, but it's, we're like 4 years over when it was supposed to have, you know, be done. And that's just it. Collaboration is never done. And that's what we see at High Desert Partnership. It's not build a collaborative, do a thing, and then we're done with it. And this is why we're trying to find implementation dollars for projects so that we can practice adaptive management and continue to keep working together.
You You know, the takeaway that I've seen from this from yesterday, which was, it was a remarkable tour, and today, listening to you folks, is that we have a fairly remarkable or stunning or unusual collaborative. We also have a remarkable set of issues that I mean, every part of the state's important, and I would certainly argue for South Coast any day of the week, but it was brought home clearly yesterday and from you just how deep some of these issues are and urgent right now. So thank you. Yeah. We have one more. Go ahead, Commissioner.
I just want to, and Bob, I could talk to you about this later too, but when we look at these other places like Lake Abert, I hope that we can start talking about those as like the Shiwakan watershed or something, rather than just focusing on Lake Abert, which is critically important, as we all know, but it's a broad issue, right? It's forest health as well as Summer Lake, as well, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, I think that when we have collaboratives like this, we start to tell a more complex story, even to the urban public, about what's actually going on. It's like, oh, it's not just about Abert Lake. It's about, you know, several 100,000 acres of forest that have burned catastrophically, which has also burned up sage-grouse leks, which is also, you know, in the third year of his, you know what I'm saying? So that's also the blessing, I think, of a collaborative is that people have to grapple with a more nuanced story than just a headline about one piece of a place that is facing tremendous issues. But anyway, we need to work over there too, though. I agree. Right now.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
We are a little behind schedule, so I think what we'll do is have one more item on commission dates, and then I think we will take a 5-minute break and then come back for a commission update and then move right to public forum. So could we do the commission dates, Michelle?
Chair Wall, question.
Oh, go ahead.
When the original agenda, we had talked about a marine something or other?
Marine reserves, that'll be a very short item under commission updates as soon as we come back from break. Yes,
Thank you.
It will be a very short item.
Thanks.
Oh, Michelle,
morning,
an unusual place for you to end up. Welcome.
I don't sit up in front of you guys very often. I'm usually behind the scenes.
We're glad to have you.
But good morning. For the record, my name is Michelle Tate. I work for the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife in the Director's Office. I'm here today to actually cover 2 topics that I think are important, and I would like to also ask you to adopt or approve the dates that were provided for the 2023 calendar year. And then also we're going to talk about the survey. I want to talk a little bit about the survey that I provided, the ideas, the feedback that I've gotten from you. Does anyone have any questions about the dates that I can answer, or before we?
Where are they?
Thank you.
We can approve those. I typically ask for a motion, but if that's your choice, we can do it in motion. But typically, it's a little more informal, and we just go with an approval, a hand raise, and I'll leave that up to you guys on how you want to do that.
Let's just check on that one real quickly and get it out of the way. Commissioners, okay with it? And
there was something. Do you have a list of them, or do we have a list of them?
It had been emailed to you.
That email. Okay, so not printed in as part of this.
Correct. Not this morning.
I'm seeing thumbs up. Unless Commissioner Khalil?
I do have a conflict with one of the dates, just because of our national conference always being in the same block in September. But
okay.
That is what it is.
Yeah. And probably not going to get perfect on those.
No. Yeah. Next year, let's talk about that so I can get that noted on one of the meetings.
Yeah, we get them about a year in advance for the.
Yeah. So keep me apprised throughout the year. If you guys have the things that are coming up that when we're developing the next year's schedule, I can go ahead and take those into consideration and work with you on that.
Thank you. Then you want to go ahead, Michelle, on the tours.
Yep. Okay. So we added the survey this year to help gather some information about workshops and location and timing that are of interest to you. And I heard back from several of you, and I really appreciate the feedback that you've provided. It's given me a good place to start developing where we're going to be and the ideas that you've got. Yeah, I'm sitting in a different spot. I don't know what to do. Okay. There was a wide range of interest in some of the things that we heard back from you is that you'd like for us to take a look at historical venues.
Can we move the participants over just so we can see? Come on. Sorry, Michelle. That might be hard to do. Okay.
So I think I'd be getting cut off a little bit on the bottom too, but I'll provide this to you guys so you'll have an opportunity to see it again. So like I said, we'd heard back about some interest in exploring historical venues as we're out in around the state, and quite a bit of interest in hitting some of the areas of known wolf activities, probably in the late spring or summer. Also considered, asked for us to consider locations in the spring that highlight increased beaver modification, floodplain modification areas. And like I said, this is a really great place for me to start. That I'll be able to work with Chair Wall and Director Melcher to identify what is going to work best and what fits. We are mandated to meet in each congressional district, and we really make an effort to do that. The last 2 years, that's been absent because no one has gone anywhere. But we also are, by APA rules, we have to make an effort to meet in an area that is related to the topics that we are adopting at that meeting. So we often end up on the coast in April because we've got halibut and salmon. So those are all different drivers that have to be taken into consideration when we finally do drill down and decide on a location. So also asked for some thoughts about what you would like to have possibly as a workshops or tours, and got some good feedback on that also. And that window doesn't close. If you have ideas of workshops, there's something coming up that you see we're going to talk about, let us know, and we will do what we can to get that set up so that we can provide you the information so that you can make the hard decisions that you're all faced with on a regular basis. Other than that, I really did I show the workshop slide? Did I go too fast? Is there a workshop slide? Oh, there we go. Yep. So, and there was the OWeb board one. We are working with them to do a collaborative. So there are several of these that are already on the forefront of the department's mind, and we know that we want to do tours in these areas and do workshops, and so it was great to hear back that you guys are interested in the same type of things that we're already considering and looking into. So again, I want to thank you for providing. Oops, wrong direction. Providing me with some thoughts and what your ideas are, and for approving the dates for the next year. Looking forward to getting out a little while, or a little more.
Everything else you do to keep
thanks, Michelle.
Just moving. Thank you, Michelle. Let's make it, instead of a 5-minute break, a 10-minute break. And we'll start with the commission item and then go right to the exhibits. Thank you. All right. Sure, good, that works. Yes, great.
We travel in chairs and highly uncomfortable. I love it. Oh yeah. Reach out.
on the South Coast that gets across the board support. It's important for the fishing community. It's important for the community itself. It's a benefit to the local communities. I've also heard ongoing support from the Commission and agency for Marine Reserves Program. But during the budget process, it, like lots of other programs, ended up on the 10% cut list, which we hope, of course, doesn't happen. But I thought it was useful to at least hear from staff, and Mike Harrington is here to speak to that, about the importance of these and the ongoing importance to the agency of the Marine Reserves work as we finish the first 10 years and look to what the next time looks like. So Mike, if you could just speak to that.
You bet. And just for the record, Chair Wall and Vice Chair Zarnowitz, I'm Mike Harrington, the Fish Division Administrator for ODFW. And I want to thank you, first of all, just for the opportunity to talk about marine reserves. Commissioners King and Spellbrink, who I'm missing today, miss his presence. We had the opportunity in late June to go visit the Marine Reserves Program in Newport. And I think we were all impressed by the caliber of that crew, the work they do, and how valuable it is to Oregonians and to our Marine program. Just for a little background on this, the Marine Reserves Program was we were told to do this and develop these marine reserves by House Bill 3013 and 1510. And it guided us to create 5 reserves. We created them at Cape Falcon, Cascade Head, Otter Rock, Cape Perpetua, and Redfish Rocks. And what these zones are is they're all zones in the marine environment that are non-extreme zones. There's nothing going on out there. It's a natural environment. And this Marine Reserve Program is the first program we've had that gives us long-term nearshore ocean conservation and monitoring program that's executed by the state of Oregon. The program is designed to track and understand how ocean changes in Oregon's waters. And it also gives us a comprehensive human dimensions aspect where we have research on economic and social and cultural dynamics of these coastal communities. And so it's really important. It's what it's done is it's set aside an important nearshore habitats that protect those biological communities existing there. It provides us a control. I mean, we're familiar with the scientific method. We know what a control is. It's an area where we don't have things like fishing occurring. And so we can compare it to the zones where we do have fishing occurring, for instance, and see what the effects are and demonstrate that a lot of our fisheries, they truly aren't having a negative effect and they are sustainable. And it develops these social and cultural economic data in relation to marine reserves and other coastal communities that we can have an understanding of what the impacts are of these ocean fisheries are on the communities. So overall, I mean, it's a great program. It's something that we do value greatly. You mentioned it on the 10% cut list. We don't want anything on that list. It's just an unfortunate situation that it's an exercise we have to go through, but we do value it. It's one of my favorite programs. My kids are riding around right now with bicycle helmets that have that Marine Reserve sticker on it. I mean, it's something that I certainly do value.
Thank you, Mike. Let me ask one other question of you. We've heard a lot about the hypoxia, the acidification, the whale entanglements. This seems like an area, this program seems like it can add to what we know about those, how we work on those. Could you just speak to that a bit?
Yeah, I mean, I think overall the take home is that as we see more impacts from climate and ocean change, it's essential for us to be able to continue like long-term monitoring of ecological and human dimension resources in our nearshore areas that are uniquely ODFW's responsibility. And we can understand and manage that. And like I said a minute ago, we can understand what are the effects we're seeing that may be human impacts versus climate. You know, is it ocean acidification? What is it? So this program allows us to do that.
And the one other thing I would add, and I think then also Commissioner King had a question, but in our local area, which in the one near the South Coast, of course, is Redfish Rocks, the OSU and the local groups, it's become essentially a permanent research effort, and other things have grown out of that, including a pretty high level, especially for that area, of local private investment in these local efforts, including the ongoing research station. So things are coming out of this, I think, which is kudos to the people working on it. Commissioner King.
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Mike. And we had a great learning in Newport. That was just amazing. And just, seeing the cow and the calf, which we know what that is, but it's this little, like, what is it? The drivable submarine thing? Oh, yeah. I mean, it was just like, there's all of this amazing stuff happening. And we were beginning to brainstorm a little bit with, Deputy Colbert, who was with us, about like maybe RAWA money, like, because it is on the chopping block and we don't want it there, but, how do we come up with some other creative ways to fund it? And like, things like we literally need our own boat, all those sorts of things. So is there something like that in play that you guys are talking about?
Yeah. So we're certainly looking at different granting options to, to fund some of these things that are infrastructure related. But I would also like to just clarify it. Like, this program's not on the chopping block. Okay. This is not something we're considering getting rid of in any way, shape, or form. It was just part of our 10% reductions list that, unfortunately, I think most of us have found ourselves on at one point in our career or another, and lo and behold, I'm still here miraculously. So.
I have another question.
Okay, go ahead, and then we'll move on. Go ahead.
Okay. So I've given you the heads up, Mike. You know it's coming.
Yeah, I was waiting.
So for the record, I mean, I understand, but I think we need more of a broader picture. I saw it's a part of public forum as well. Just could you give not the soundbite, not the press release, but what the heck, shall I say, happened in what is now the hot mess that is the Columbia from Buoy 10 to the Bonneville Dam in the month of September. Please explain that.
Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioner King. I don't know if there's a person on this planet that understands what goes on in the Columbia River fisheries. They are some of the most complex, heavily managed fisheries in the world. And so there's a lot at play here. What happens is we get, preseason, run estimates, things like that. And we tried to develop a fishery around that. And our fisheries managers really developed one of the most restrictive seasons that I think they've ever developed in that area. I think we had 26 days of mark select, maybe it's 24. Don't hold me to that. But it was very restrictive. And the recreational fishermen really blew through their impacts on that. They get 70 of those impacts, and they ended up at around 75. And it was higher than we expected, and the angler effectiveness really has changed throughout the years, and it's changing more and more all the time. You see that the anglers are more effective. We assumed a lot of that's related to the fact that there's just not secrets anymore. You have anglers out there on social media that get real-time updates on what's going on, where these fish are being caught. Okay, come over here and fish, and so it's something we're adapting to. But yeah, like I said, that they did go through their impacts, and unfortunately, I was rolling into my camp spot in Astoria, thinking about, man, maybe I'm going to take the boys on their first coho trip this weekend if we can make it work, and we had to close that fishery. It was very unfortunate. But like this week, you saw yesterday, we were able to structure a fishery that's going to provide some more recreational opportunity without impacting commercial fisheries. And we're able to do that because, as you always hear from Tucker, we manage these impacts using timing and area and gear, and so that we won't have negative effects on these listed species. And so you're going to see some salmon fisheries in the upper zones, I think between Rooster Rock and Bonneville, and some coho fisheries again at Buoy 10. But like I said, these fisheries are very, very complex, and we have in my opinion, some of the best managers in the world making sure that we don't have negative impacts on these listed stocks.
Right. Okay. So don't talk to me about whatever it's 70 and 75 and don't speak this way. So what exactly happened? The Chinook are endangered species, right?
The Tules.
The Tules, right? We exceeded a number. Yeah. That's why it's shut. So explain that a bit more clearly, because I'm trying to kind of get out of you is everybody looks at a single point on a line and says there's record runs.
Yep.
We're catching fish. Then you shut the fishery and they blow their gaskets. Like, we've talked about how we just had to turn our phones off for the weekend. It was just that bad. So that's the disconnect that people don't see when they see all of these record fish, but then you cancel a season. So if you could explain this is more than just a single point on a timeline, that we're looking at things in a trend, and we expected this number, we got a different number, and what exactly happened. And then again, take a shot again. And so by this metric. And so that's what I think people need to understand a bit more.
Okay. And so impacts are something that I've struggled to learn about. You know, it's something I didn't come up in the Columbia River program. And so this is something that is very confusing for people to understand, me included. And I may get off base here. If someone has to jump in and correct me, feel free. But the way it works is you have a listed species. We're not allowed to impact them beyond a certain point. And so every time an angler that's out there, let's say they're fishing for coho and they catch a tule, that counts as an impact because we had an encounter and we had potentially a negative effect on that fish. And so whenever we get to a certain rate that's beyond this impact of, let's say we get 100 impacts, like I said, 70 impacts would go to the rec fishermen, 30 impacts would go to the commercials. If we go beyond that, we have to shut down the fishery, whether we like it or not. I mean, this isn't just something like, oh man, I just got these guys, they're not going to get a fish over Labor Day weekend. This is, hey, we've got to stop. We're not going to have any negative effect on this listed population and compromise our ability to have a fishery the next year, And so it's managing fisheries responsibly. It's managing fisheries so that even though there may be numbers and numbers of upriver brights coming through that we could catch and they're just going by us being out there is actually still having a negative effect potentially on tules if we go beyond a certain number.
Okay. And so will it shut again or do we know?
Well, we don't think it will. I mean, we wouldn't have opened it from September 15th through the end of the year if it would. And we believe that is, like I said, we manage with time, gear, and area. We're opening up, the Chinook fishery upstream, and I can't even remember the zones, but upstream of Buoy 10. And that's because we don't see tules up that far. And so we're going to be able to go up there and fish for them. We're going to have guys fishing specifically for coho, and their encounter rate is going to be very low in the lower river. So by us structuring fisheries this way, we don't think we'll see a closure again. But, things do happen, but we don't think it will.
And then can you explain, I know this is a deep in the weeds topic, but how we're different than Washington? Because on the Oregon side, you have to pay, from what I'm understanding, we pay the Columbia River endorsement, and apparently Washington has stopped, or there's the states are out of sync at this stage.
Okay.
Because I have a lot of people calling and saying, in protest, I'm not going to pay that next year, or I'm not going to buy a license next year. So explain to me how the states
so I may have to phone a friend on this one a little bit, and I talked to Kurt about it a little bit because I wasn't around for this whole saga, but we do have a Columbia River endorsement, and Washington used to have something very similar.
Right.
But they have different rules and laws and different reasons for them. But Kurt, you mentioned that you could explain this probably a little better than I could yesterday.
Sure.
I hope.
Sure. And Chair Wall and Commissioner King. So what you're referring to is in Oregon, we have the Columbia Basin endorsement, which was passed by the legislature in 2013, I do believe, which says that if you're going to recreationally fish for salmonids or sturgeon in the Columbia Basin anywhere, including tributaries, you have to pay an additional $10, roughly. Actually, the commission gets to set the rate, but it's capped at $10. And at the same time, and Washington already had what they called, they called it something other than a Columbia Basin endorsement, but they had an additional $10 fee that was on the Washington licensing system. Theirs was required to fish in the Columbia Basin, but it was not dedicated for specific Columbia River fishing reform purposes. It was essentially just dedicated to Columbia River fish, in particular production hatchery operations. So it was really just a way to raise revenue for their base operations. In our case, the legislature passed it with the intent that it was going to help fund additional fishery research, additional monitoring, additional enforcement, which we have additional troopers that are covered under that. So it was truly an increase in program, not just covering base. Washington's legislature eliminated their $10 fee. It didn't change. Then they backfilled it with state general fund. It didn't change the Washington program at all. It just changed the source of funding. So it's, I think, our Columbia Basin endorsement fee, I want to say it sunsets after 2024, I think. Could be 2025. And we'll see at the time whether we want to continue that or not. We don't like charging people more money just for the fun of it. So if we end the Columbia Basin endorsement, if the legislature ends the Columbia Basin endorsement, we'll adjust our programs accordingly. I know Tucker had his hand up too, but maybe I've covered
Tucker was I'm sure in the thick of it. So he's the one who was writing the press releases.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. King. Let's go on, Commission, to the meeting minutes from.
Forum.
Sorry.
Public forum.
I keep skipping public forum. Sorry to all of you who waited all this time. Public forum, wolf management first is the topic from Amy Patrick, John Williams, and then Tom Berkmeyer.
3 minutes each.
We'll say that. And two things I want to mention to you. We do have 3 minutes each on these, and if anything you can do to keep to that is more than appreciated. The other thing is that we hear things from you folks that aren't on the agenda already, and we appreciate it. We don't typically act on public forum. So go ahead, Amy.
I'm not sure if Tom was set up to be on. He has not come on.
Okay.
That's because he called me last night and the wolves have gotten into his cattle and he had to be gone this morning. So.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, members of the Commission, Director Melcher. For the record, my name is Amy Patrick. I'm the Policy Director for Oregon Hunters Association. I'm going to attempt to be brief. I want to take just a quick moment at the beginning of this to talk about something that's not covered under my topic, and that is just to reference the Cwd presentation that we just had. It was very sobering, very informative, and I just want to offer up that OHA has been working very closely with the department. We are supportive, obviously, of the POP that you all approved to go forward to the governor's budget. And I also just wanted to let you folks know that I've been working with a few legislators and one of the House committees, and we do have the foundation, the structure in place. Should there be a need for more funding from the state to help with that in-state testing, that's something that we're very invested in, and we're willing to run that kind of a legislative concept on behalf of the department, should that be something that is deemed to be appropriate. So on to the wolf management topic. You have the letter that we submitted last month requesting the framework development for depredation hunts due to the chronic depredation in Northeast Oregon. And I've had conversations with you all. I know that we've talked about the letter, so I'll try to keep my comments here brief. One of the things I just want to highlight is the fact that OHA, we really have a strong track record of being science-based wildlife management advocates, sometimes even to the point of loss of opportunity. And so we hope that you recognize that this letter being brought to you is scientifically sound. We've been very cautious in how we have formed our request and our information in there, because we're also very respectful of the amount of time and energy that went into the formation of the revision of the wolf plan by all parties involved, including the commission at that time, to approve that back in 2019. So there's nothing in the letter or the requests that are outside of that plan. We wanted to make sure we were very well anchored and rooted into that. In fact, on the second page, the top paragraph, that language is taken directly from pages 50, 1 in 52 of the wolf plan. And so we really made every effort to stay well rooted within that plan because we know that provides a toolbox for you folks. Michelle, I believe, gave you guys this graph. This is in the last page of your letter. This is just an updated version that has numbers through 2021. And I just want to talk about this briefly because this is just an absolutely great visual of what the letter is requesting. And I want to break this down very quickly here. So on the graph, you see the gray dotted line. That is the depredation numbers. And you see those peak in 2009. And then you see that dark black line come in and represent those targeted specific hunts that were done based on that depredation. And you see that gray line drop. And it drops drastically for those next 2 years. And then it maintains at a very low rate. But the important thing to note while we're noting that is that those blue bars and those hollow white bars there that represent the population numbers, those continue to go up. And there's no impact to the population there, but there is a solving of that conflict. And that is really at the heart of what we're getting to in this request and in this letter, is to solve the conflict, find a solution for the conflict that doesn't impact the wolf population in itself. And so that's really where we're at here. And I know the tour yesterday has been referenced a couple times. I am just so happy that we prioritized the time to be over here and be a part of that. It was very informative, and I want to thank Nick and Roblin and the rest of the staff for putting that together. I'll wrap up here and close really quickly, but I want to say that I'm very encouraged by what we heard yesterday as far as the evolution of the management decisions that are going on within the department. Really glad to hear that population modeling is on the horizon. Those are things obviously that we're very invested in. And there was a comment or a statement made yesterday that stuck with me, and it's lethal take is not retaliation against wolves. It is a management to reduce depredation. And that really stuck with me. And whether it's lethal removal, which is done by the department, or controlled take, which is done by a hunter, that is a tool that's in the toolbox. It's a management tool there, and it's part of the solution. And we would just like to be a part of that solution going forward.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Go ahead, John.
Chair Wall and Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity. I'm John Williams. I'm the Oregon Cattlemen's Association co-chair of the Wolf Committee for Eastern Oregon. I want to encourage you to normalize wolf management. You've heard me say this if you've been around me much here in Oregon. I understand 3/4 of the state is listed right now. The quarter of it isn't, and where that quarter isn't, management can still going on, and we need to be prepared for management in the other 3/4 part of the state when it finally gets delisted. We need to have wolf management that's timely, effective, and sustainable. It needs to be that for the producers, for the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife staff, and for the wildlife that are out there. And right now, we're struggling with the management that's been going on in the areas of Oregon where the wolf population is nearing saturation. And so we need to try to parcel that out and say we need to start being able to do something different in the areas where wolf impacts are considerable and are ongoing and chronic. And that's moving forward into the normalization of wolves where we have maybe wolf units, like we have elk units and management objectives, and where we are actually proactive in how we manage those wolves. Proactive in the sense that we don't wait for a producer to have to write a lethal take letter requesting that lethal take, but we understand the situation on the ground is as it is, and there's depredations going on, and then we move to controlling those populations, whether it be in a pack size or whether it be in that unit size on a population reduction. Right now, we only do lethal control to stop an action that goes on the ground right now. Nothing to look forward a month, 2 months, or 3 months. Tom Burkmeyer is not here this morning because he thought he could, or today, thought he could be here. He actually got over his COVID from last week, but he couldn't come because all of a sudden the wolves hit his cows again yesterday. And so that's the type of a situation where we didn't solve the problem in May when they quit and moved over to his neighbor, but now they're back. And we could have solved it then by being proactive to do that. The hunting type of very controlled, very small, very targeted is an option that helps producers. It helps you because it removes some of your staff issues and it helps your budget. It's the type of thing we need to be looking at. And so we need to be able to include all the options that we have. The wolf depredations are unacceptable at the present level. Tom himself from the pack, he's had 7 depredations that are confirmed. He's got 21 cows without calves in his herd right now. So that, as we know, you don't find all the dead animals. He's had a massive loss of economics. And the probability of having losses in the future are continuing because we haven't reduced those numbers. And it's pretty common knowledge that if a wolf pack gets above 6 or 7, that's when we start seeing depredations. Not always, but that's if we can bring it back below 6 or 7, then we may see some reduction in going away from it. So we do have some knowledge. We do have some opportunity as we move forward to change our wolf management from reactive to proactive. And with that, I'll stop. I could go on, as you know, for hours.
I haven't heard you do that, but I appreciate you stopping there. If there are any quick questions, we can ask those, or we'll go right on to the next public forum. And Sue, go ahead.
I just like to make a statement to send to Tom and his family that I'm really sorry that this is continuing to be such a really intense year for that family. And I hope that working together based on all the workshop yesterday and all of us both valuing wolves as an important part of Oregon can also figure out better ways to manage them that fit with families. And so please send that message from us, from me, I'm sure from.
And I appreciate the changes that you've made today. Those are positive moves. It's moving in the right direction. We need to do the same thing in the lethal control side of it. Thank you.
Thank you, both. We'll go next to Wolf Conservation and Management Plan, Daniel Mosier, and then Steve Toshi would like to talk about the Columbia River fishery. So I think both of them are on Zoom. And then we also have one other person, Leonard Krug from Oregon Anglers Alliance, about Elk River. So Danielle Mosier.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Great, thank you. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, members of the Commission, and Director Meltzer, thank you so much for some time to speak today. I'm Danielle Moser. I'm the Wildlife Program Coordinator for Oregon Wild. And as we are now seeing, talks on what we can do to improve the wolf conservation and management plan have started to pick up. So I wanted to provide comment as well leading into that process. As you know, the wolf plan is the document driving all wolf management decisions in the state. When this recovery and management plan was first adopted back in 2005, wolves were just beginning to return to Oregon. Science was evolving, which it continues to do, and we were aware that our learned experiences would change over time as the population began to rebound. As such, the stakeholder group, ODFW, and Commission at that time wisely included a provision to have this evolving recovery plan be reviewed every 5 years, or as it says in the wolf plan, the Commission will evaluate the effectiveness of implementation every 5 years. Again, this was done as a way to address all issues, concerns, input at one time, apply learning based on experience, incorporate new science, and then anything else that would help make the plan as effective as possible. Following the initial adoption of the wolf plan, there have been subsequent evaluations and updates in 2010 and once again in 2019. According to ODFW staff, and now what we're hearing just in recent presentations and in conversation, it sounds like ODFW is planning to initiate the next wolf plan review process sometime mid next year, ensuring that the evaluation and any associated changes to the wolf plan will be complete within the 5-year timeline. Doing it this way ensures that the process is not only transparent and allows for public engagement, but also so that it can be comprehensive and thorough, taking up any and all concerns, issues, new information, and input for revisions at once with all the stakeholders and the Commission. You know, as far as provisions in the wolf plan and recovery of wolves across Oregon, we also have some serious concerns, which include an increase in human caused mortality, like poaching, vehicle strikes, and agency approved killing. We've seen a slowed population growth rate, including a decline in breeding pairs and packs. And as always, ensuring that non-lethal implementation is effective and actually deterring conflict and fostering coexistence. So we look forward to addressing these concerns and other input during the official Wolf Plan review, and encourage the Commission and other interested parties to participate fully in that process, just as the original Wolf Plan intended. So thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you, Danielle. And I don't see cards raised for questions, so we'll go on to Steve Toshi.
Steve was going to join us virtually, but he hasn't entered the room.
He was?
He's not here.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Leonard Krug, and I believe is he there, Michelle?
Yes, he is.
Go ahead, Leonard.
Steve, still on mute. Steve she told us that he wouldn't testify if we were. So not because we didn't want to testify.
Michelle, should we go on to another item and come back?
That would probably be a good idea.
Okay, then Commission, if we could fairly quickly deal with the minutes, since I've tried 3 times and now we can get.
Madam Chair, I move approval of the August 5th meeting minutes and continued authority to correct grammar and punctuation.
Thank you.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the minutes from August 5th. Commissioners, could we just get a thumbs up, those in favor? And everybody is saying yes, so we can.
Who seconded?
Commissioner Khalil.
Okay.
Yes. So we can go back to Leonard Krug if he's there. The next item is a real long one, so.
Why he hasn't been able to unmute yet.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Go ahead, Leonard. You have 3 minutes and we're glad you came through.
Very good. I didn't realize I was waiting for you to unmute me, but I found my mute button again. So here I am. Good morning, Chair Wall and Commissioners. My name is Leonard Krug. I'm the president of the Oregon Anglers Alliance, and I live in Brookings, Oregon. And just a brief note, I'd like to thank Amy and John, and especially Tom Berkmeyer, for providing viable solutions to a plan we pre-established. And I intended to do the same thing today, but with the fisheries issues. I'm here today to speak about Oregon South Coast Elk River Fall Chinook population. The Elk River Fall Chinook hatchery program was initiated 50 years ago, and according to ODFW staff, there are as many natural born or wild fall Chinook present today as there were 50 years ago. The conservation plan for the Elk River Fall Chinook program dictates that PHOS be kept at a rate lower than 30%. This is in line with the Hatchery Scientific Review Group of 2009, which is a template for Oregon's best hatchery management practices. PHOS numbers for the elk are based on a 9-year average. And although we exceeded 30% last year, we are still within our target goal for the 9-year overall average of 30%. There are individuals that would like to terminate this program, as we did with the North Umpqua Summer Steelhead Hatchery program. But there are other alternatives that may be employed that would help to ensure that PHOS is not exceeded. According to ODFW staff, the reason for the recent elimination of harvested wild fish isn't because there's a problem with wild fish numbers, but because staff would like anglers to target and remove more hatchery fish. A couple of ways to do this would be to increase the daily limit of mark fish from 2 a day to 3 a day, and raise the definition of a jack salmon from 24 to 28 inches. It is staff's opinion that this alone would be enough to likely ensure that our PHOS numbers will be kept in check. This Elk River supplementation program was put in place to enhance the local community's overall well-being. It's very important to commercial fishermen, recreational anglers, and the local business community. We are proposing that staff look at enacting a temporary rule to encourage additional harvest of hatchery Chinook. This will help to mitigate any excessive PHOS while doing what the program was intended to do, and that is to provide a maximum sustainable harvest opportunity for our community. The PHOS numbers indicate that we may be under harvesting this precious resource. This is a win-win solution for everyone, as well as the resource itself. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Leonard. I don't see questions, so we appreciate you getting on the line and staying with us this morning. And with that, that is the end of public forum, and we can move to Exhibit B. So, Brian, I think that's your cue. Big game regulations and the 2023 tag setting seasons and regulations. So Brian Wolfer and several other people, and I will let you introduce everybody when you get up here.
Okay, good morning. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, members of the Commission, Director Melcher. For the record, I'm Brian Wolfer. I'm the Game Program Manager in the Wildlife Division. We're here before you today to discuss the 2023 Big Game Regulations. The proposals for these are found in attachment 3 and 4 of your packet, but we're going to highlight some things here today. I've got with me Derek Broman, who's our carnivore fur bear biologist, and Dr. Don Whitaker, who is our ungulate coordinator. And so now I'm making sure I know how to run everything up here. So for today, the first portion of this presentation is going to focus on the development process for our big game regulations. We do this every year. We're also going to talk a little bit about the big game regulations review project that we've been undertaking for a number of years. And then later in the day, we're going to get into, or later in the presentation, the actual staff proposals for 2023. Again, those are detailed in attachments 3 and 4, but we'll highlight some of those for you. We're also here to take questions on any that we don't highlight. After going through the general regulations, I'll turn it over to Derek and Don to give some species-specific updates and species proposal highlights. So at ODFW, our mission is to protect and enhance fish and wildlife and their habitats for use and enjoyment by present and future generations. And this includes the responsibility of setting our annual harvest limits and opportunities for animals. These regulations are established within an adaptive management process. This includes a number of species-specific management plans that have been adopted by this commission and past versions of this commission. We also consider a number of other things such as population surveys, wildlife health, changing habitat conditions, and impacts from wildfire and drought. We also look at previous year harvest reports. And so we have mandatory harvest reporting, and we have data on how our hunters did in the previous year that we can use within our population modeling. There's a number of other things that we're able to utilize as available and as necessary, and that includes things like survival and mortality rates that we obtain from numerous research projects going on around the state. We consider wildlife-human interactions, also commonly called wildlife-human conflicts, and we consider public input. And so using all of these kind of adaptive framework components, we develop proposals that we bring before you each year. Kind of to go through quickly the timeline of what this process looks like for us. This is really a year-round process to get us to where we're at here today. In the fall and in the spring, through the winter, we're collecting data on our species, and that includes samples from hunter harvested animals. We also collect data through observational surveys, And those observational surveys can tell us postseason buck and bull ratios, recruitment, overwinter survival. And this data is collected. And in March and June, the agency staff really start looking at coalescing that data, seeing what it means for the populations. We update population models. And an important thing that happens in that time period is if we see something that we didn't expect, a severe winter, some severe mortality, and we find that we need to do an emergency tag reduction or a season closure, we get that information out to hunters by April 15th, so they have time to adjust their applications and hunting plans for the fall. We then reach out to the public through public meetings in July. These are an important component, providing an opportunity to engage with our publics both on the statewide draft proposals that we're considering, but then also for the publics to engage their local biologists on those local regulations. We're really looking at this process and trying to find ways to improve it, because we do know that we have a lot of hunters that don't engage through that, and a lot of other members of the public that don't engage in that process. And so through COVID and some of those kind of meeting restrictions, we've tried some virtual formats and some other ways to do this component of our regulations process, and are having some success, but still have some work to do there. And then when we take all that together in September, we sit here before you and present these proposals for your consideration and your adoption. And we have a really quick turnaround. I think in 3 weeks, the regulation edits are due in so that we can head off to the printer and get those printed and on store shelves and available by mid-November, with tags and licenses going on sale December 1st. So one of the adaptive management considerations is climate and weather, and I want to highlight that a little bit here. As we get into the species-specific updates, you're going to see some trends that include long-term population declines for some of our species as climate has changed. And we recognize that this is, in some cases, due to declining carrying capacity as our habitat changes. And we recognize that in order to turn some of that around, it's going to take an actual change in habitat, some habitat restoration. And that's some of what you saw in the tour yesterday, is the importance that we place on working with some of these collaboratives, working with the land managers to increase habitat carrying capacity for species. But at the same time, we have other species that are doing quite well and are at management objectives and not seeing some of those same impacts. Over the last couple of years, and especially last year, you've heard a lot about drought and drought impacts. And I'm going to spare you the drought map that we've seen numerous times in these meetings. But I do want to talk a little bit about drought impacts, recent drought impacts on big game. So as we know, the drought and heat wave of 2021 had some pretty severe impacts on forage and forage availability for ungulates. In short, it was a tough summer, and many of our ungulates entered winter in poor body condition. As winter started, I know I was very worried as snow started to pile up in November and December. We had researchers in Northeast Oregon that were capturing animals for some of our ongoing research and checking body fat condition and finding lower than expected rump fat. And so we were starting to get pretty worried, and all of a sudden we hit January, the snow's quit, winter moderated, and the take-home message is that when we have a drought like we had last year, and that's followed by a severe winter, we really see some impacts on populations. But we got pretty fortunate last year. Winter moderated. Overwinter survival was pretty good on these species, even though they came in relatively poor condition. They had a pretty easy winter. And then as that winter broke, we had a really wet spring. And that wet spring was maybe a little late to help some of our streams and rivers and standing water. But it did absorb in the ground, and we saw some really good forage conditions in a lot of Oregon. A lot of Western Oregon moved out of drought status, as did Northeast Oregon. We still have drought in Central and Southeast Oregon, as we know, and didn't see some of the full benefits of that wet spring in some areas. But really, we kind of dodged a bullet, and we're we're looking forward to seeing how this wet spring plays out for us over the next couple of years, because we do know that animals should be recovering a little bit from those severe conditions in 2021. I also want to highlight within that the wildfire component. In 2021, we had some very large wildfires. One of those was the Bootleg Fire, and we know that that has an impact on species and on hunters. And so we did some things that we don't usually do. One of those was to reach out to hunters that had deer, elk, and pronghorn tags within units affected by the Bootleg Fire, and give those hunters an opportunity to turn those tags back, get preference points reinstated. In total, we contacted nearly 4,900 hunters in the Silver Lake and interstate units and provided that offer. Roughly a third of those took us up on the offer to turn their tags back in. For some hunts, it was much higher, 50% to 75%. And we saw the impacts of that in our postseason hunting surveys. We saw some pretty strong buck ratios in units like the interstate because of that reduced harvest from fewer hunters afield. So that voluntary approach worked well for us. We still have concerns about the short-term impact of those fires. And so we did a temporary rule this spring, and that temporary rule reduced tag numbers for deer hunting in the interstate unit by about a third within your packet. And as we get into the species specific stuff, you'll see that we carried that forward for the 2023 proposal. Even though our buck ratios are pretty strong, we're being fairly conservative in how we're hunting bucks after that fire. We're also proposing some tag reductions in the neighboring Silver Lake unit that was also impacted. And so this fire impact is also going on this year. And as you saw in the temporary rules, we've got a number of fires impacting units like the Silver Lake, the Minam, and the Imnaha. And we're working with hunters again this year to try to find ways that we can give opportunities for hunters in certain hunts where their access is severely restricted by fire, where that fire is very large, like the Snake, and give opportunities to voluntarily walk away from some of those tags and help us with our wildlife management there. And the last thing I want to hit on this slide is, and you can't really see it there, but I'm going to talk about it. Most big game seasons are going to ship 6 days later in 2023. Our season structure is really built on the rifle deer opener, and with that setting the stage to kind of count forward for when we hold the archery seasons and count later for the elk seasons. And in 2020, we recognized that hot and dry conditions from changing climate were affecting hunters and the viability of some hunts. And so we changed that structure to start the deer season, any legal weapon or rifle deer season, the first Saturday in October. And so what that did is take the earliest season openers, the years with the early season openers, and shift them to be the latest. And so in 2023 is when we really realized the benefits of that and kind of bounce everything back a week. So real briefly, the department initiated the Big Game Review project in 2017, really taking a hard look at our big game regulations. The first phase of this multi-year project was to simplify the way regulations are presented in the actual regulations document. We moved on to looking at ways that we could simplify rules and looked at all of the rules that we have and to ensure that they're still relevant and necessary today. And then the phase 3, which we've been working on for a number of years, was really an evaluation of all of our hunts and all of our hunting seasons. And we're wrapping up that project. We've had a lot of public engagement over the last few years. We've had a lot of changes in our hunting regulations, and we're monitoring those changes. You're going to hear from us a little bit next year as we hit 3 years of implementation of some bag limit changes, the general antlerless elk season, and we have some data to look at how those how those have been working. We're going to present that to you next year after the third year. But this year's been a relatively light lift because a lot of that lift happened earlier. But we did really focus on some Western Oregon hunting seasons, especially late seasons, and then the controlled youth archery hunt that this body you asked us to really look at and engage with stakeholders on. And so we've got a proposal for a youth archery hunt that we think will help recruitment of youth archers. So kind of a check on the presentation. Next, I'm going to go into our general regulation proposals, and then we're going to move into species by species updates. So House Bill 3152, passed in the 2021 legislative session, gives the department the authority to operate wildlife inspection stations. The purpose of these are really to monitor for diseases and infections, other infestations affecting wildlife. And we're going to be operating these really on a temporary basis where we set these up and run them in times and places where there's a high volume of harvested animals being transported. Initially, we're going to be focusing on surveillance for chronic wasting disease, which you heard about earlier from Dr. Gillen. And so I'm going to try to avoid getting into too many chronic wasting disease details. But we do have the potential to expand these as we have other emerging disease issues. And we could set these up to target waterfowl hunters to test for high path avian influenza and things like that. But because these inspection stations are not for the purpose of enforcement, these are for the purpose of collecting biological samples, we're going to be advertising locations and time operations through the agency website because we want hunters to know where they're at. We expect hunters to want to swing by a check station if they have the opportunity so they can get their animal sampled. So specifically, the legislation and the subsequent proposed rules apply to vehicles that are transporting wildlife or wildlife parts. These are not hunter check stations. There is no requirement that all hunters stop at these check stations. What this is when a vehicle encounters a wildlife inspection station, which will be identified by a sign as a CWD check station or a wildlife inspection station, the driver needs to stop for an administrative inspection of those wildlife parts. And failure to stop is simply a citation, a little bit different than a lot of our other wildlife things that fall in some different areas of the criminal code. This would be a simple violation for and citation for failure to stop. Colin talked about the CWD test results being available, and that's an important part of this to us, is making sure that when hunters stop and interact with us and provide a sample, we've got an avenue for them to get those test results. And I'm going to not go into any more details on policy option package 115, the one on increasing some staffing for these, except to say that the operation of these is going to ramp up over time. And as we have more capacity, we'll be able to expand our reach with these. And so we're excited for that opportunity. We've got a number of cooperative travel management area changes included within the packet, and I'm going to highlight a couple things. First, the Rager travel management area in the Ecological unit, we're proposing to expand to include archery and pronghorn hunts earlier this season, really looking at trying to prevent some of that disturbance of elk and displacement of elk off of the forest there. Some of the issues that were talked about yesterday at the tour. We're proposing something similar for Camp Creek in the Northside unit. And one reason why I want to highlight this one is as our public meetings were held and the local districts met with their publics, they did hear some concern from archery hunting attendees about the ability to get animals that they harvest out of the woods and packed out during that hot time of the year. And that's important to us to hear from our publics. And so the district biologists went back, looked at that travel management area, looked at the opportunity to open a couple of additional roads, and then reached back out to those attendees and said, if we open these roads, would you be able to support or live with this? And what they found from those attendees is that, yes, we could still still see some of those benefits in disturbance to elk and wildlife with some additional open roads, but could also get some, if not support, at least the willingness to live with. And that's what they got, is not a robust, yes, we want to see this, but we could live with it if you open a couple additional roads. In Northeast Oregon, we've got 14 TMA modifications that are in your packet. And I just want to highlight the purpose. We really want to try some different things. We have 9 travel management areas that are seasonal in nature. Their operation periods are currently based on the hunting season, so 3 days before the start of archery season. And we know that that's difficult for people that don't participate in those seasons. Even if you're a rifle hunter, if you're a non-hunter, and you see a sign that says there's travel management restrictions in place beginning 3 days before archery, you're not necessarily sure what that means. So we're going to try to increase compliance by setting specific set dates, like starting August 20 for those. That does increase the duration of these a little bit in order to have set dates that cover that shift of seasons in the calendar year, but we think it'll increase compliance. We're also proposing to modify 5 TMAs that are on private lands associated with access and habitat projects. And through the renewal of those projects, the landowners wanted to move to year-round vehicle management on their properties. And so that was part of the agreements reached for those projects. And so that's also included in the travel management area proposals. And finally, before I turn it over to my colleagues here, the electronic license system, or ELS, has created a number of efficiencies in our licensing process. One of those is efficiencies in the way we process controlled hunt application change or revisions. Previously, this was a paper process that involved faxing or postal mailing in changes to someone's application if they made an error. And because of the time of that, we gave people until June 1st. The controlled hunt deadline's May 15th, and we gave them until June 1st to modify and make corrections. With these efficiencies, this is now completely an electronic process. And so we can move that deadline up, we feel, and give people 10 days to complete this. They can complete those change applications on their own at a licensed agent. And as we do that, that gives us the ability to move up the release date of controlled hunt results. There are other constraints within our controlled hunt process that limits us to how far we can move that up. And so right now we feel very comfortable that with the change in that application revision period, we could move the results release date from June 20th to June 12th and meet that every year. And with that, I could take questions now if you'd like on the general regulations, or we could move on to species-specific updates.
Let's see if there are any quick ones on the general ones. Go ahead, Vice Chair. So the, let's see, wildlife inspection stations, would those also be, have staff that could check boats and things like that for?
Yeah, so Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, this is separate from the aquatic invasive species check stations, and is really going to be targeted at times and places when we expect wildlife parts to be transported on the roadways, and won't be linked in with those aquatic invasive check stations.
Okay, thank you. I have one quick question on the private vehicle one on the private land. Are they, when you say controlling vehicles year-round, does that mean more or less vehicles?
So it'll, Chair Wall, it'll be an expansion of the vehicle restrictions. So right now they're seasonal. And so if you're visiting those private lands outside of that restriction period, there's nothing to keep those users from driving on secondary roads and other roads. And so this would just expand out to year-round that restriction of identifying the roads that the landowner is willing to let those vehicles travel on. So it's definitely an expansion.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Seeing no other questions, go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, members of the Commission, Director Melcher. I'm, for the record, Derek Broman. I'm the Carnivore Fur Bearer Coordinator, and I will touch on black bear and cougar management and staff recommendations. Starting off with bear, I like to try to provide just a little brief background of black bear management in the state of Oregon. We manage black bears according to our black bear management plan. One thing that is very unique for the U.S. and especially the West is that Oregon requires check-ins for all known bear mortalities. So we're able to generate maps like you see here, which is actually a little bit outdated, but you can get a good sense for where we have bears across the state, and it's much of the state. We also have harvest reporting. So not only do we have check-ins, we have hunters that have to call in and report on their efforts. And according to our black bear management plan, we use a number of indices to track our populations that are based on published science. And today I'm going to talk a little bit about a new model that we're using for black bear population monitoring and management. And then after that, I'll get into some of the staff proposals. So according to our black bear management plan, one of the indices that we look at is the median age of males, females, and all bears that are harvested. And the kind of take home here is that based on those indices, we are observing low to moderate harvest of our black bear population in the state, with really no concern of heading into that area where we have concerns of overharvest or high levels of harvest, which is good feedback, very good sign. Another indice that we look at is using a 3-year running average of all bear mortalities. And again, we have all check-ins, so we have information on bear roadkills, bears taking on damage, bears killing other bears, whatever. And so one of the indices we look at specifically are males that are 5 years and older. And that's a group of animals that oftentimes are sought after for hunters. And so you're going to see more of these older males showing up in the harvest. But if you have too few old males showing up, that might be an indication that you've taken too many. So long story short, according to this indice, we're at 27% of the males 5 years and older for that 3-year average. So we're not in that high level of harvest range. Kind of an inverse situation is that females, like many mammals, being the most important component to a population in its health and trajectories, we want to see far fewer females across all of our mortalities. And so looking at an indice here where we would definitely want to not exceed 40%, our 3-year running average for females across all mortalities was 30%. So we're right on that moderate to low level of bear mortality, which again is good information. So we've been using these indices for some time, and the black bear management plan actually calls for additional efforts to monitor populations and to use models. And I'm really excited to share with everybody that we now have a black bear integrated population model, or an IPM. This IPM is created by Speedgoat, who are biometricians in Montana. IPMs are it's a different animal, but they're the cat's meow. They're really these modeling techniques that a lot of state agencies are really excited about, because you can throw all of the various data that you collect, sometimes a little bit opportunistically, that sometimes don't align perfectly. And these models are able to harness that information and put that into the model. And so this black bear IPM for the state of Oregon primarily relies on bear mortality information, harvest information, and density estimates, in addition to a number of other factors. But this model has a number of levers and buttons that we can push. It allows us to do some predictive modeling as well. And there is a model for each one of the 4 bear zones that we used when we were doing our tetracycline density estimates in the past. So really robust tool, in addition to those indices that we'll be able to use now and well into the future. And you'll probably never see me present exact values from this model output because of the variation that is inherent in the model. You'll never get the same 2 numbers twice. So that's where I'll almost always be rounding values. And the sum of those 4 models for 2020, which was at the time of model construction, was the year with the most complete data. The model suggests that we have an estimate of about 34,000 bears statewide. That's good news because it's showing also an increase in the bear population across the state. And it's been a value similar or actually higher than estimates that we've released in the past. So really happy that we have now this very valuable tool. Darren Clark talks, I swear he says IPM more than ODFW. It's like his favorite acronym. So we have now this shiny bear model to use in the program, which I'm really excited about. So considering our evaluation of population health and trajectory, staff have proposals for spring bear season and a fall bear season. When it comes to the spring bear proposals, we propose very few changes from years past. We wish to maintain the similar season dates. We're proposing almost 11,000 controlled hunt tags across 18 hunts. We only have one specific hunt that we're proposing a tag increase of, I think, about 30 in the White River Hood unit. There's some other modifications for unsold tags. And again, mentioning how important females are to our populations, we want to continue to protect cubs and sows with cubs across our harvest and continue mandatory check-ins. And so because of that information, we've seen that hunters are reporting, I think in 2021, it was 73% of the spring bear harvest were males. So again, we're doing a better job of avoiding take of females. Regarding our general bear season that occurs in the fall, we propose continuing to maintain the same season dates, continue our same structure with 2 tags being available and being good statewide. Like the spring bear hunt, we continue to protect cubs and sows with cubs and continue our mandatory check-in. I apologize to those in the room. The most important layers of that table are not visible, but the message being when we had to deal with COVID and its impacts, to address staff and public safety, we temporarily lifted the in-person mandatory check-in of bears. And so the last couple of years, we did see a 10 to 20% decline in our reporting rate. However, we still had pretty high values, but nonetheless, we really are excited about getting back to those higher values. And some of these things these are high numbers for reporting rates, an enormous amount of data that most states can't match. But then it provides data that is fascinating, such that in 2021, we had another record set of a female bear that was 31 years old in Tillamook County that was harvested in the fall harvest. We've previously had another 31-year-old female in Lane County, I think in 2016. So we've got some very old aged bears, which is an indication that our populations are healthy and robust enough that they're able to live that long. So that's pretty huge. I like to brag when I talk with my other Western bear researchers and managers that we've got a healthy old population. Shifting to cougars, similar to cougars, we manage cougars in the state of Oregon. Oh, sorry.
A second, could we just stop for a second? And Vice Chair Zarnowitz has a question.
I wanted to do this while you're on bears. So I had warned you earlier, I might ask this, but what's the history of the spring bear hunt? How did it come about? And I guess, how well are we also protecting the cows and cubs? Cows, females and cubs.
Yeah, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz. So to talk about the history of the spring bear hunt in the state of Oregon, it's tempting not to dive back 100 plus years about just bear management in the state, where we had at first completely unrestricted take to where the agency was in control and there was no take whatsoever. And gradually over time, there became limited harvest, and then it expanded. And so there was, look this up, there's I think one season in 1971 of spring bear harvest, and then it was closed again until 1985. And so since 1985, we've had a spring bear hunt in the state of Oregon. with close monitoring of that hunt. And you see in the black bear management plan, we've documented and the science has shown that there's a later emergence of females versus males. And so even when it comes to the females without young are the first to emerge, then females with yearlings emerge, followed by females with cubs. And there's no exact dates as to when these types of things occur. But our seasons are designed to indeed target those animals without dependent young. And that's why actually we oftentimes get requests for expanding our season into June, because they're sometimes a delayed winter. People feel like there hasn't been much of an opportunity, but we have that hard stop at the end of May to make sure that we are reducing the likelihood that a female with young is taken. And so through that mandatory check-in, that helps us get those numbers of how many males, how many females, what the ages are, because we know that, say, animals that are 1 to 3 or 4 years old aren't producing cubs. Bears that become 20 to 25 years old usually stop producing cubs or slow down into the frequency in which they have young. So we're able to kind of see what at least the likelihood is that could be occurring, in addition to just larger scale population concerns. But it's definitely the most sensitive topic by far when looking at our bear seasons, both fall and spring, but spring in particular.
And was it begun because of the damage that they were doing in the spring when they came out and started stripping trees, or I don't know what else they might have been doing? But
yeah, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, good question. And for the group, I'll say that there is known tree peeling that occurs by black bears, primarily in Western Oregon, that can have a pretty significant commercial damage issue. But that usually occurs well after our season has closed. But there is, we do have some data to suggest that harvest may help reduce that impact, but it's a combination of things. The spring bear hunt isn't just for damage, it is still a recreational opportunity. There's a lot of hunters that enjoy that first opportunity to get into the woods, and it's the only big game hunting for the most part that occurs that time of year. So it's a little bit of everything with no one explicit, here's why we have this hunt.
okay, thank you. Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw you off here because I'm curious about especially like Southwest Oregon, it seems like we've heard a lot of human bear conflict in the last period of time, and even really recently, like last week. How are these seasons affecting? I mean, how are our hunts affecting like some of these urban areas that are continuing to have some really intense, I think, connection to these bear populations? Is this an okay question to have right now during the hunting?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, it's fair to ask the question. I might not be able to give you a 1 + 1 = 2 type of answer to it. So, especially in suburban areas, that's not where bear hunting is taking place. Right. But if you are able to reduce populations nearby, create some sinks where bears can then fill in, that can help. Our hunts are oftentimes not well aligned with when damage occurs. So again, to protect females with young, we stop at the end of May. But at that point, we don't yet know if there may be a failed berry crop or a delayed berry crop. And if that happens, that's what oftentimes may bring bears closer to humans looking for that resource. But if we have been reducing numbers, that frees up those natural resources for those remaining. Similarly, in the fall, a lot of the damage is kind of ended. And that's where, though, on the Coast Range, that's night and day for the rest of the state, because we have bears that basically are active year round. And so that's why a lot of our folks in the Western Oregon really like that we have a season that goes to December 31st, because that might be able to help some of those issues, resolve some of those issues. So it's, again, it's not we can say, here's how the hunt has a direct impact on that conflict. But perhaps it might be creating some of those voids to help kind of pull those animals that would have otherwise ventured near humans. But as we're seeing with our indices and our model, this could just be a simple numbers game. We're having more bears and more people And so the odds are they're just going to come into contact with one another. Hopefully we can be a little bit more proactive, resolve these issues, engage with, there's even some human dimension work that's going to be done in Ashland area, being proposed at least, to try to get at how do we get to the public? How do we resolve that? Because again, when it comes to conflict, it's not oftentimes a wildlife issue, it's a human issue. So like cougars, it's one of those areas where biologically, we're, pardon my language, but fat and happy. It's the how do we resolve the conflict? How do we increase the coexistence? Because we don't want to have to deal with that.
Thank you. Derek, I have two quick questions in their follow-up to what you've already heard. One of them is we have this new modeling tool, and so we have better information. With that, how confident are you that 30% of the bears being female that are harvested is okay? That's for this population, that 30% is okay?
Chair Wall, partially because the model says we are okay. So the model is filled in with 20 years of bear data, even though we have bear data dating way further back. And so because we are feeding into the model known values, known occurrences, the model then tells us what that does and where we go, up, down, or completely flat. And that's where this model has the ability to say, okay, well, let's theorize that we're going to see a degree higher level of mortality or greater variation in, say, adult female survival. We can flip those switches on and off and see what happens, similar to what we do with our cougar model as well. So, yeah.
So just to follow on, one other question. If we have that kind of data, do we have management tools where if we decided we needed to decrease the percentage of female harvests, that we could do it? Because we already have management tools in place to where we recognize how they come out of, the timing and that sort of thing of when they emerge. And so we can control that some. And we still have 840 that are either in the spring or fall harvested. So do we have management tools where we could reduce the percentage of female harvest?
Chair Wall, I think so. Partially it'd have to be some education of the hunters to continue to advise taking your time. Admittedly, without the use of hounds, it is much more difficult to sex that animal before harvest. And that's the case with cougars. Is because we don't have that tool, we can't say, that tool isn't as sensitive as it was perhaps historically. But we could, have maybe shorter turnaround times for check-ins, but even then, that's just getting us information what the female rate is. But without, I think, some other abilities for hunters to be more selective in the field, it's maybe not going to be significant enough to move the needle.
Thank you. Thanks. Okay, should we keep going then?
Cougars, okay. So in the state of Oregon, we manage cougars according to the Oregon Cougar Management Plan, similar to black bears. Similar to black bears, we have check-ins for all known mortalities, and we have hunter harvest reporting. We manage cougars according to 6 different zones around the state. Now let's kind of save some time here. And we have a number of indices that we follow for cougars as well. According to our plan, we are to not have a cougar population that falls below 3,000 cougars statewide. And you've heard me say many times in the past, that's a safety net. And so we have a cougar model for each one of our cougar zones, and the sum of those values are almost 7,000 cougars in 2021 across all age classes. So as you can tell, we are well north of that minimum of 3,000. But you'll see the graph there, the x-axis being years for those in attendance. A number of those zones are likely reaching carrying capacity. So that's why you start to see them flatten off. We also look at a proportion of 3-year running average of adult females across all mortality sources. We don't want to exceed 35% of those females. And as you can see in this graph here, all of our zones are in the green area. In fact, none of our zones exceed 20%. So a very low proportion of females across all mortality sources are being observed in the state. Another kind of in alignment with that 3,000 safety net is that we have zone quotas, which are really mortality caps that we do not want to exceed year after year. And essentially these zone caps are very rarely met. It was only in 2018 in zone A that we exceeded our mortality cap. Otherwise, most years we're not getting anywhere close to those values for each of those zones, especially statewide.
I didn't do that one.
So based on the indices, based on the Cougar modeling and looking at our plan objectives, we have a pretty robust, healthy Cougar population in the state. As such, we're proposing for the 2023 seasons to maintain much of the same structure that we've had in years past with a year-round season, similar tag structure. We're not proposing any changes to those zone quotas, but like bear, continue mandatory check-in of cougars for hunters and in all sources of mortality. And like bears, we want to protect kittens and females of kittens, so they are prohibited from harvest. If I could take cougar questions or wait till later or pass it off to Dawn now.
Cougar questions? Dawn, I think you're up. I see no questions on the cougars yet. And just so people know, sorry for the interruption, Don, we're going to keep going on this one. And the hotel asked when we would be stopping for lunch. I think it'll be close to 1 when we finish, but we will take a lunch break at that point. So just so people know. Go ahead, Don.
Thanks, Derek. Chair Wall, members of the commission, Director Melcher. I'm Don Whitaker. I'm the ungulate coordinator for the game program and wildlife division. Similar to what Derek's done, I'll be presenting some population information and recommendations for all of the hard-footed native critters, bighorns, Rocky Mountain goats, pronghorn, deer, and elk. We'll start with bighorn sheep, both subspecies of bighorn sheep. We have two. We have the Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep in Northeast Oregon, primarily east and north of I-84, and we have California bighorn sheep in most of the remaining Sky Islands and river canyons and stuff like that. They're holding their own pretty well. They're basically bouncing around at a steady state. We have some herds that are going up, some herds that are going down. Most of the decline issues that we have in our bighorns are specific herds that are dealing with mycoplasma pneumonia outbreaks, which causes pneumonia in the sheep, and they tend to die, especially in the lambs. From a sheep population and management standpoint, Oregon has been, for the last 15 or 20 years, kind of almost a leader in our restoration efforts, our research, our management efforts. Last year, we captured 50 California bighorns and 127 Rocky Mountain bighorns. We didn't even catch them to move them. We were catching them to test them and monitor for their health and their disease. For this coming winter, we're planning to continue this aggressive testing effort with the primary focus on 3 herds, the Burnt River herd, the Lookout Mountain herd, and some population down in Southeast Oregon that are dealing with this disease. The objective will be to hopefully locate chronic carriers in those herds, the animals that are keeping those herds sick. If we can locate them through these capture efforts, we will remove them from the herds. We've got a lot of information showing that removing those established sources of that disorder, we can clean those herds out much quicker and much more efficiently. We're also have been looking at risk of contact. This disorder in bighorn sheep stems primarily from contact with domestic sheep. It doesn't affect domestic sheep, but when wild sheep encounter it, they die. So we've got some efforts going around to look at how frequently bighorn sheep become at risk by encountering either other sick bighorn sheep or domestic sheep. And that focus, the biggest issue with that is looking at the teenage rams. So we're going to start collaring the coming yearlings to 3-year-olds to see how their dispersion patterns. That's kind of the main vector for where this disease is coming from in these animals. For 2023, there's not a lot of changes in our bighorn hunts. We are deleting 1 Rocky Mountain bighorn ram hunt. This hunt's going away as part of a rotation that is just recently established where the herd transcends the state boundary and is part of some tribal hunting areas. So we're rotating that hunting opportunity around between the states of Washington, Oregon, and Umatillus. In total, I got to keep up, don't I? I have a computer in front of me. Thanks. In total, we'll have 5 Rocky Mountain bighorn rams, 72 California bighorn rams, and 22 California ewe hunts. That is an increase for next year in the ewe hunts as we take advantage of some pretty healthy herds in the John Day and the Deschutes River Canyons. By statute for bighorn sheep and Rocky Mountain goat, we have to keep our non-resident allocation between 5 and 10%. We tend to try to keep it in the middle to give us a little bit of a buffer if we have some health issues develop, and 5 ram and 2 ewe tags will be available for non-residents next year. That's right at 7%. Okay. Rocky Mountain goats. Goats are one of our big success stories. We started reestablishing them in the 60s, had a slow down there for a while, but then again in the 90s, we started ramping that up. They're doing quite well. Steady increase, a little over 1,300 animals in the state. 2 years ago, there were some concerns about the fires impacting our Mount Jefferson herd. They did well. I think we even had some record kid counts this year when they flew that country just about a month ago. We have fires, active fires right now in little better than half of our healthy Rocky Mountain goat herds in the primarily in Snake River and Minam area, upper Lostine country. As soon as we have a window, we're already working with the district to get some airtime and get those folks out there to see what is going on in those areas. For 2023, we're not recommending any season changes. Next year, we have 30 tags proposed, with 2 of those, or 7%, available for non-residents. As you noted in the temporary rules, one of the temporary rules that you just adopted was we are accommodating our Rocky Mountain goat hunters in those hunts under current active fires right now. About 15 of the hunters, we've extended their seasons clear out through the end of November. These are kind of special opportunities for our sportsmen and women. So we are trying to make all of the accommodations that we can possible to provide them still a good quality hunting opportunity. Moving on to pronghorn. Our pronghorn populations continue to adjust to the landscape that's changing out there for them. There's been some severe winters 6 or 8 years ago, the drought, the long-term effects of climate change. So generally, there's a little bit of a slight decline. The hunting opportunities we provide, we respond to those changes in the populations as to what they're telling us they're doing. From a big game standpoint, Oregon's pronghorn have kind of been the understudied species in the state for quite some time. However, throughout the core areas, primarily Southeast Oregon, the Northern Great Basin country is where our core areas of pronghorn are. In recent years, we've been actively and aggressively trying to fill some of our information gaps down there. Over the last 10 or so years, we've had multiple studies, and we put over 300 animals have been captured and collared with our new GPS technology, creating these monster data sets that we all enjoy playing with. That's providing just magnitudes more information for us to work with. We're now getting to the point where we can delineate their seasonal ranges. We're bringing in the migration and movement corridor information. Our most recent analysis of the GPS data from the Deschutes and Paulina country. We're looking at what the good habitats are, and we're also out there with resource selection functions able to predict the habitats. We can use these types of models in helping to direct our efforts to put landscape improvements out there on the landscape. For 2023, we're not proposing a lot of changes. We are proposing 2,040 tags. 2,043 tags is about a 1% change. This is a slight decline. Primarily, a lot of that's coming from some adjustments we're making in the Beatty's Butte country as our animals are shipped in distributions, and we're allocating our effort that way. For elk, our Roosevelt elk populations are still a little bit lower than desired, with the overall total population of 79% of the adopted statewide population objective. The Rocky Mountain elk populations continue to do well, with the total population hovering right around the population management objective. You might note that, especially with Rocky Mountain elk, they're not declining like many of our other ungulate populations in our drier parts of the eastern part of the state. They're not being quite as affected by the climate changes over there, because we think what's going on is the climate changes that are occurring on that landscape are just simply becoming more favorable for those Rocky Mountain elk. As the shrub component goes away and the forb component declines, the grass component's kind of coming in more in favor of elk. And that's why we haven't seen the elk start to dip down, Rocky Mountain elk start to dip down like many of our other ungulate species in eastern Oregon. At the unit level, our Roosevelt elk, we only have one unit that's above population MO. That's the 6's unit in southwestern Oregon. 44% of them are 75% or less than our population MO. There's with timber management and public and private land differences, Rosies are still responding to how that landscape has been managed and changed. For Rocky Mountain elk, the majority of the units, or 68%, are at or approaching or above population MO. They're doing quite well across the majority of their range in eastern Oregon. Elk, there's a significant amount of research that's been conducted on elk in Oregon. For several decades, the Starkey Experimental Forest has been just a source of information that Oregon has used and brought into our management, as well as most of the other Western states have looked at that as a source of information. They've addressed issues such as, the effects of population structure, low bull ratios, mature bulls in the population, predation, survival. They've brought in the effects of people, looked at activities on the landscape, hunting activities, just other activities, OHAs, vehicles. It's just an amazing source of information. Recently, we've started expanding those efforts to garner more information in the similar subject areas on our Roosevelt elk. Looking at the herd movements, the survival, seasonal ranges, calf production, sources of mortality, all of that. All of this information is what we use to direct our management and our hunting strategies.
Don.
Yep.
We have a question.
Oh,
I
sure.
just have a question
Yes.
on the Rocky Mountain elk. In the Maui unit, Silver Lake, Interstate, Klamath, Warner, and then up in Northeast Oregon. Is any of this impacted? Are any of those short-term situation impacted by the fires, or what do you guys think is happening in those areas?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, most of those units have just been our chronically lower Rocky Mountain elk population herd areas, especially that south central portion. As you're very familiar with, that's historically better deer country than it has been elk country.
So it's just nothing unusual. It's just what it typically is anyway.
Yeah, the Maui, that's kind of on the edge. That one's, southern slopes of the Blue Mountains, and it's just been kind of struggling for a little bit more than a decade.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions? Let's see if I can get caught up. Okay, for general seasons, as described in the packet, there's not a lot of significant changes other than that 6-day calendar shift later in the year. Right? have to think about that every time. From a controlled hunt standpoint, there's a few changes. We're adding a new statewide youth bow hunt. As Brian pointed out, that's in direct response to that public input from our reg simplification and the archery, all of that stuff that occurred last year. We are deleting a couple of antlerless hunts. Those two hunts, the issues that necessitated their placement, the general season antlerless elk tag is solving the conflict issues there that those cow hunts were primarily designed for. There are a couple of new hunts. We are proposing to move the Cascade muzzleloader hunt 6 days later. And again, this is in direct response to the public feedback we've had, puts it in that gap between the seasons there. In total, it's only a 1% change in total tags for 2023 for the controlled elk hunts.
Quick question before we go to the muleys. Yeah. I know that this happened already and it was phased in. You went first with archery controlled for the deer and then for the elk. You did it in separate. Can you explain why you did that just for the record?
Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioner King, a lot of those efforts were to, especially for mule deer and then controlled elk, was to stabilize the growth in archery hunting. Archers have been growing. That's the one area where we look at our hunting opportunities that were going out there, especially since they were general seasons. The number of archers has been growing consistently by 1,000 to 2,000 hunters annually when we look at those data. And it was getting to the point where there was a little bit of an imbalance in where the successful hunters were doing. The archers were starting to dominate in some cases, in some of the units, if you recall last year, especially with the elk discussions. The archers were taking the majority of the branch rules. So we're trying to equalize things out. We're trying to get to the point where we had a little bit better control on where all of the impacts were coming from the harvest and stand. And then with mule deer, first, it was because we needed to put some more control given the status of our mule deer populations and how much they've been struggling for the last decade and a half. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, I get for mule deer for sure. Yes. Not quite sure for elk. So basically, the archers are getting too many.
Some of our units.
Yeah, so I may jump in, Chair Wall, Commissioner King. One reason why we did the two separate was feedback during COVID times and some of the challenges with public engagement. And so the public actually asked that we slow down a little bit and address the deer and the elk in separate years. And so we listened to that. And in fact, this body gave us direction to slow down and address those in different years. But the elk is really tied to bull ratio management objectives. So although our populations are doing quite well for elk, we do find that a number of our units aren't meeting or are close to not meeting bull ratio management objectives. And traditionally, we've only been able to modify rifle hunter numbers. And so as a population does not meet management objective, we cut rifle tag numbers. We see an increase in archery harvest. We don't meet management objective. We cut rifle tag numbers. We see an increase in archery harvest. And so that really having the ability to regulate all of our groups in order to meet our management objectives was what we were trying to achieve last year.
Thanks.
Right. And as you recall, though, the majority of those hunting opportunities weren't established to take opportunity away. They were set at values very close to the number of hunters that were using that area at that time. So we didn't want to reduce the opportunity. We wanted to keep it where it was and give us that ability, as Brian pointed out.
Thank you.
Okay, mule deer. Mule deer continue to be affected by the landscape changes that are going on out there, as we've as we've kind of seen 20 years ago, droughts were the cycle that came in, and then we had normal moisture where it's kind of looking like now it's flipping, that we're kind of more of a dry cycle, and the most good moisture years are more cyclic than they used to be. Our mule deer have been responding to that for quite some time in Oregon as well as across their entire range. We've responded in our management. We've taken action like trying to reduce the total effect or align our hunting opportunities with what the population says it can sustain through such things as, implementing controlled hunting for all buck rifle hunting in the early 90s, reducing the controlled tag numbers as populations have reduced in local areas, and most notably, as Commissioner King just pointed out, a couple of years we kind of dealt with the general archery season and controlled mule deer archery hunting in eastern Oregon. At the unit level, over 50%, almost 60% of our WMUs are less than 50% of the current population management objective. And oftentimes that is pretty scary, but as Brian pointed out in the long-term weather and climate stuff, that capacity on the landscape has declined dramatically for the number of animals it can support over the last 15 years or so. And that's what we're seeing with our populations from mule deer relative to what's going on out there. In response to this, the department has been putting a lot of resource into mule deer. If we look at the last 10 years of the Mule Deer Initiative, the department and our collaborators, public and private, have put out over $53 million trying to improve habitats on our landscape in eastern Oregon. 780,000 acres of mule deer range has had treatments on it trying to improve it. We're now going into year 9 of some extensive efforts to better understand and map our mule deer, our herd movements and our ranges. We're currently finalizing the analysis on nearly 2,000 collared mule deer in the state of Oregon alone. And this is providing just an immense amount of useful information. We're narrowing down on the herd ranges, and this is important because the herd range accounts for what the animals in a population need for the entire 12-month life cycle in their year. And in most cases, these are much larger than our WMUs, which they include multiple management units. And tripping on that W there. And it's not uncommon for mule deer to winter in one unit and summer in another unit. So we count them in one area and then we provide hunting opportunities in a different area. So this is really helping us improve our management. This information is going to play heavily into the revision of our mule deer management plan, which we are in the process of, starting to ramp that up. It also is providing some very critical inputs into IPMs, the integrated population models. These models tend to rely heavily on information gained on survival, population estimates of the landscape, such things like that. And all of the work we've been doing is providing the key point for these input parameters is statistically or sampling-based estimates to drive those input parameters. And it's really dramatically getting us to the point where it's improving our ability to track how populations respond to the landscape changes, whether they're climate change or they're fires or they're hunting or harvest or other activities on the landscape that occur. Not to leave them out, our black-tailed deer in Western Oregon also have been receiving considerable effort over the last decade or so. Similar to mule deer, we're relying on this new amazing GPS technology. We've called Blaine, I think, has collared over 700 animals in the last decade and a half with GPS collars. We're providing these monitoring, population survival estimates, all of this information is very important to us. And again, as Derek pointed out, the bottom point is half covered. What all of these pieces of information in these research projects are doing is they're linking our biology with our management. So that when we get to this point, the proposals that we are putting in front of you are informed by the most current and the best available scientific information that we can come up with to direct how we go about our business. From a general season standpoint for deer, there's only one change proposed for 2023. We're proposing to add the powers unit to the Southwest late bow season opportunity. This would be in the powers unit for traditional equipment only for those black-tailed deer down there. For the controlled deer seasons, there's not a lot of changes occurring. Yeah, thank you. Currently, there is a lot of late archery opportunity for bow hunting, but there's not a lot of late rifle opportunity in Western Oregon, or, well, in general. So as a result, we're proposing to add a couple of late and illegal weapon hunts, one in Western Oregon, in Western Oregon. We're also proposing one youth hunt in the Mount Emily. There's 4 new early bow hunts in Southwest Oregon, and in total, our controlled tag proposal for 2023 is 71,525 tags. So with that, we can take questions now at your leisure, or
it looks like we have at least one question, and I have, so we can take them now on what Don just talked about or general, but just a couple questions, and then we'll go to the 3 people who would like to testify.
Oh, I didn't realize there were people.
No, go ahead. We can have a couple questions now.
Thank you, Chair Wall. So I don't have that many questions because I've had the privilege of sitting through lots of meetings with you guys to kind of really get a handle on making sure we're watching closely the effects of climate change on all of our seasons, hunting, fishing, and everything. But one thing, I do want to at least get something on record because everybody looks at that nose-diving mule deer graph. And what is actually happening with the mule deer plan? We know something's happening. We know it's out there. What is it?
We have initiated complete revision of the mule deer management plan for the state of Oregon. The last time we did it, it was more of a review with minor tweaks. This one's pretty heavy lift. Things have changed dramatically in Oregon for mule deer. We have much more and much better information to help direct us what we're doing on our landscape down there. So our plan right now is we're starting to work on the plan revision. We're going to work on it in sections. We want to make sure that everybody has adequate opportunity to review these sections as they come out. We think that by doing it that way, it's going to provide a better review. It's going to provide more opportunity for more people to provide their input. We've already held some scoping meetings basically and provided input opportunities for all of our interested sport group leaders. They helped us fine-tune and develop our outline for the plan, basically. It's going to include everything from historical sections clear on through current state of the knowledge and all management options and opportunities for harvest clear through predators. We'll talk about predators, habitat, nutrition, climate change, all of those factors. It's going to be really long process because of the magnitude of what we do need to do, which is directly related to the magnitude of what's going on with our mule deer populations.
And so when do we expect to see something?
We could have stuff coming out within the next few months.
Yeah, so Chair Wall, Commissioner King, right now we're starting to work on some sections of it, and our intent may be a little different than we've done some things in the past, is to make sure that as we put together what's truly a draft section, we can release that to the public through our webpage, meet with SPAR group leaders, get feedback while we still have opportunities to modify and change, but also have that feedback really targeted to specific topics and things we need to tackle. And so we expect to be releasing draft sections to the public for their review and input, later this calendar year even, and then into next year. And depending on how that process goes, I really think that we're going to be coming to you at some point next year with the opportunity to see if we're ready for adoption, consideration for adoption.
And the feeling being that releasing sections will provide for a more complete review. Honestly, it's difficult to read a 200-page document.
It's going to be a bit whack.
Review. And if we can do it sectionally, then it's going to be much easier for everybody that's interested to give us a really good, thorough, honest, hard look at it, as opposed to just, I got to look at this section.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
I have one question to you. I think it's your question, Brian. And then we will go to the people who would like to testify. We'll start with Steve Hagan, and then...
Yeah, someone's got his hand up.
I'm sorry, forgot. Commissioner Spellbrink, you had a question?
Yeah, I can. Thanks, Joe. I could address it now. My question was, I know from a couple of years ago when I think it was one of our last meetings at Gold Beach when we did game regulations, going back to mule deer on that collared mule deer study. I think at that time there'd been 1,100 collared, and they had the mortality broken down, and then how many animals of that mortality they were determined. They were able to determine the cause of mortality, and then they had that broken down into percentages. And I remember predation was the biggest cause of mortality of what they were able to determine. And it was around 50% or something. Are those numbers, do you have any new updates on those numbers? Are those numbers still probably about the same, or do you have any feel how those numbers have changed out those causes of mortality?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink, the proportion of the causes of mortality for those that we can determine really haven't changed much. The really good news is that the last couple of years we have seen a slight uptick in the adult female survival probabilities, which is the really key piece of information. When we started deploying those collars in the winter 2014-15, the first 3 or 4 of those years, our adult survival was below 80% in much of our herd ranges. And 80% is kind of our break-even point. If adult female survival is below 80%, populations are going to decline, sometimes precipitously. So we want that adult survival probability up in the mid-80s or higher. And so we have seen a little bit of an increase there.
Yeah, that's positive. Anyway, so predation is still, it sounds like it hasn't changed much. It's around 50% of mortality.
Yeah, a lot of deer get eaten by predators, and they always have.
Thank you. One other question, Brian. If climate change and biodiversity loss arrived at our door today and we hadn't had any history with it, it would seem like an emergency, if you will. We're to the point where most of the other Western states look at what we do and talk about the way we manage these hunts across the board as, if not superb, then pretty high up. So we're good at that side. We have something that's arrived at our door, but it's like a slow moving crisis instead of, coming in a day. So, but when we look at the numbers, we have some decline in population, but we have the tags, the hunts increasing just a bit in most cases, but increasing. So how can, just logically, how can we have what is granted a slow moving set of emergencies with biodiversity and climate change, but we can still do more hunt?
Great question, Chair Wall. So I think what I'd like to explain is that we've transitioned over time, and right now, a lot of our hunting, especially for the species that we've seen the largest declines, the largest effects of climate change and reduced carrying capacity, we've transitioned those hunts to be primarily targeting the male component of the population, which is much easier to do with some of our ungulate species because you've got presence or absence of antlers, horns with pronghorn, and so we really have a very low harvest of our antlerless deer, and so as we look at that male component, and I guess I'm going to say that harvest of antlerless deer isn't necessarily bad, but it is something that you have to be especially careful of and watch those annual survival rates and mortality rates of those females in the population. But as it comes to the males, we've got a pretty good cushion on the number of males that it takes to complete the breeding for recruitment needs. And so as we look at our hunting opportunities, we're really targeting, for lack of a better term, surplus males that if they're removed from the population, we're still going to have breeding. We're still going to have fawns on the landscape, calves on the landscape. And then because we've made so many changes over time in response to those short-term effects. For example, with mule deer, some of the slight increases that we see for some hunts this year are really reflective of the severe winter of 2016 and emergency tag reductions that happened in response to that. And so now that we're 5-6 years into those reduced tag numbers, we're seeing some population recovery in some of those units. We're also seeing buck ratios that are above our management objective. And so to add some additional hunting opportunity targeted on bucks, to get those ratios back to that target that we've said we're going to try to shoot for, is why you see some of those small increases.
Thank you. That helps. Let's go to the three people who would like to testify, and thank you all. Steve Hagan first, and then we'll take Robert Borland, who is on Zoom, and then Tyler Dungannon. So, Steve.
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, Director Melchler, rest of the commission. For the record, my name is Steve Hagan, and I am the state president of Oregon Hunters Association. It's been 30 months since I've been able to address you guys. It's been a long time. I would like to thank Kurt and his staff for the tour yesterday. That was an outstanding event. Learned a lot of information. Very well received, and you have an excellent staff. I'd like to make sure you know that. I'd like to going to be a bit of a cheerleader here for my first minute. I'd like to thank the staff for actually listening to our proposals to try and shrink the window from the time when the controlled hunts have to be in versus the deadline when they're actually released. A week may not seem like a big deal. For hunters that are hunting in multiple states trying to plan their vacation, and some that have to get vacation 6 to 9 months in advance, every day counts, okay? And you've actually managed to move the needle. We hope to see that go forward, continue that way. With regard to sheep and goat in this state, I'm not sure if you're aware that some of the most rugged country in this state that those hunts occur in, and an 80-day window to get one's body ready for a once-in-a-lifetime hunt sounds ridiculous, okay, but it doesn't do justice to the hunt that one gets. They're once-in-a-lifetime tags. We'd like to see that those dates move also to give people more time to get ready for the hunt of a lifetime. I'm a bit all over the place, so bear with me, please. I'd like to thank staff. Since 2016, OHA has asked to have mandatory reporting include a question that say, when you harvested your animal, did you harvest it on public or private ground? There are hunters who make decisions based on where they're going to hunt, based on where that harvest occurs. And for the first time in 6 years, staff has actually been able to help accommodate that with potential changes. And we appreciate that opportunity. Regarding the CWD presentation, as far as I'm concerned, that's the biggest thing in my hunting lifetime that's going to occur. It is disheartening to know that at 1400 degrees at the Brooks incinerator, that may not get rid of prions. Okay. We don't want it in this state. And not just reduce prevalence, I believe it's stop it, okay? There's people in the hunting community like, well, it's coming. Well, we don't have to put up with people racing back from Montana with a full cow in the dead of winter when weather allows that to occur, trying to get something taken care of if the education just tells them to do the right thing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you. Any quick questions? Nope, you're off the hook. Thank you. Do we have Robert Borland available?
I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
All right, Director Melcher, Chair Wall, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Bob Borland. I'm the field governor for the Traditional Archers of Oregon, and I'd like to applaud ODFW for using method to take, in this case, traditional archery, with the addition of the Powers Unit General Archery season and the added tags, elk tags last year when we controlled Eastern Oregon. It's a great way to maintain opportunity with our dwindling wildlife populations in Oregon. And with this model, I would like to ODFW to use this in the mule deer management plan that we just spoke about. It's a great way to maintain opportunity without harming the resource. I'd also like to ask the commission, I know a few years ago, when I first started coming to these, I think 2017, Commissioner Buckmaster and Director Melcher talked about having some sort of maybe technology committee or something to look at the technologies in hunting, and it sounds like fishing. I know listening earlier, and there was a gentleman on here talking about how his fish finder can tell him how big the fish is. Well, that same stuff's happening in hunting seasons. I think we still allow cell trail cameras that'll instantly send a picture to your phone. We have a ton of these things going on. Obviously I'm a traditional archer, so I know some of our hunters like to use these, but if we can restrict these in areas instead of restricting opportunity, it'll help hunters and the game populations. One other thing, with the big game season shift, I know with the global warming and the drought, it sounds like a good idea, but I just worry with our dwindling populations, and I worry about our black-tailed deer. We don't have an updated management plan. We allowed the hunting of spikes a few years ago. I listened to Dr. Dwayne Jackson at a commission meeting maybe 2 years ago talk about the sustainability of the population with the issues we're having right now and his fecal studies he was doing, and shifting the seasons back 7 days. Although it would be great for our archery elk season, it's also going to put the rifle general season next year will go till November 10th, and shifting those back a week will put them right in the deer rut, and that's not going to be good for our blacktail population. So those are my concerns. Thank you for your time. Any questions, I'd love to answer them.
Thank you. And we don't have questions at this time, so thank you for testifying, and we'll go ahead with Tyler Dungannon.
Thank you, Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Melcher. My name is Tyler Dungannon. I'm the Conservation Coordinator for Oregon Hunters Association. And my other counterparts from OHA have stole my CWD thunder, so I'm going to adjust my testimony here. But great presentation. We very much appreciate the effort that ODFW is putting into preventing CWD in Oregon. Also great discussion about the mule deer plan update. We appreciate that ODFW is continuing to work on this very important issue. And OHA has had the opportunity, as mentioned, to provide initial input so far on the draft list of topics, and we appreciate that opportunity for engagement. We specifically want to thank Brian Wolfer and our mule deer coordinator, Josh Smith, for providing presentations to OHA and keeping us informed as to what the department is doing for our mule deer in this plan update. Because the reality is one of our highest priorities as an organization is to bolster mule deer populations and to reverse that decline that we saw on the screen. We have a mule deer subcommittee OHA does, that's comprised of mule deer experts across the 3 states, Oregon, Idaho, and Montana. And we're excited to use these folks to help our engagement with the mule deer plan, to help us inform the agency and use it from the perspective of Oregon hunters. So wanted to let everyone know that. And we just look forward to that opportunity, and wanted to remind staff that we're eager to take on these sections that Dr. Whitaker is talking about at one at a time and thoroughly provide our input. One other thing we talked about today a little bit was spring bear hunting, and OHA strongly supports continued spring bear hunting. Our black bear population is strong. It's increasing in many areas across the state, and ODFW staff does an excellent job of protecting sows with cubs and also using the extensive data that are collected from harvested bears. We heard that ODFW has a mandatory check station, or a check-in rather, for bears, and OHA absolutely supports this because of the data that are collected and because those data are used to inform population models, and makes us confident that we do have 34,000 bears in our state with reasonable confidence intervals. We also want to highlight and support your effort to create this youth archery elk hunting opportunity in Eastern Oregon. Given recent regulation changes, we think this is very important for recruitment and retention of hunters, and it'll also allow families to continue to hunt together. I just heard trail cameras come up on the previous testimony, and I think this is an issue that Oregon will face in the future. But this is very, very complex issue. And there's 4 different things that I think we need to consider when we talk about trail camera use in Oregon, and that's the functionality of trail cameras, whether they're cellular or non-cellular, the seasonal use of trail cameras, and overlapping hunting seasons. It's just very complex. And then this issue is an enforcement nightmare. And because this issue would impact so many Oregon hunters, I think that it would be wise to have any rulemaking on trail cameras be proposed by the department, so that groups like OHA can have time to vet these proposals through our committees and poll our membership, et cetera. So with that, I think that's all I have time for today, but I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Tyler. I don't see any questions, which is more a reflection of a long day than...
Understood.
Sorry.
I'm happy to go home.
I bet you are. Thank you. Let's bring staff back up to see if there are any remaining questions from the commissioners. And it looks like...
Just comment, not question.
Okay. One comment, and it looks like Commissioner King also has a question. Yeah. So...
Mine's a comment, not a question.
Bob's up there. Commissioner Spellbrink, and his hand's been up for a while.
Commissioner Zarnowitz, would you like to go ahead with your question? Sorry, Spellbrink. I really need a lunch break.
Me? Commissioner Spellbrink? Chair Wall, did you call on me?
Yes, I did. Well, I tried to.
Okay. Sounds good. And this was more of a comment type thing too, is because I went back to my file here and pulled that 2020 the results from that study here. And I was just, and one thing it did show here is the effect of hunting on the mule deer population. I'm going back, I'm reading from the study here. It says of the total mortalities where a cause could be identified, predation was 55%, disease and starvation 11%, vehicle strikes 11%, and harvest 6% are the most common causes. So, it kind of shows that I guess the hunting end of thing isn't the big cause of mortality.
Thank you, Commissioner Spellbrink. So Commissioner King and Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, and then Commissioner Labhart.
Thank you, Chair Wall. It touches a bit on what Tyler just brought up, and a number of people keep bringing up about technology in the outdoors. And this really does have to be something we need to start looking at, I think, on a global level, because when we had our separate meeting, when I sat with Brian and Bernadette and a number of people for a while, we were talking about the TMAs with the travel management areas and the road restrictions for varying seasons. And so, but we're talking about vehicles, but somehow electric vehicles are excluded or they're not. And that gets into this whole ball of wax about which ones. And that is all burgeoning. It is only going to get bigger in terms of which vehicles are allowed where. And if we're restricting them, why? Is it because of noise? Because electric vehicles are fairly silent, except when you run over stuff. I mean, so like we've got to start to get like a cohesive mindset about our restrictions and what exactly we're doing, because right now it is just completely unclear. So if you could explain that a little bit to me.
Okay, Chair Wall, Commissioner King, the department does consider changes in technology, and through the big game review process, we really did take some hard looks at technology, especially around firearms and weapon types. We considered in recent years things like use of infrared and some things that we saw burgeoning on the hunting scene. And so we do continue to look and work on that. We are hearing today from public comment and from discussion with the commissioners that maybe we do need to wrap up with some of our sport group leaders and have some further discussion. And so we can continue to work on that. But it's not a subject that we ignore. It's just that it usually gets dealt with just a little bit. As something new pops on the landscape, we learn of some new technology. We learn that it's being applied to hunting. Then we look at what the effects of that are, and you see that showing up as it emerges through our annual proposal processes.
Well, and I guess this is a bigger issue than just plain hunting, because how this issue was brought to me was this was about access to the outdoors. It was about kind of outdoor equity and, people with disabilities being able to get outside on electric vehicles. Yep. So, I mean, I think this is something, again, bigger, larger, and I don't think we should be reactive. Like when somebody brings us something, like we really kind of need to be thinking about it, knowing that this is out there and it's coming.
Yeah, so Chair Wall, Commissioner King, as it comes to our travel management areas, use of vehicles, you're right, there is differences in levels of disturbance, but there's a certain amount of disturbance and displacement that happens just from the presence of people. Sure. And so we see elk will avoid roads that are open to motor vehicles. As we see people on the landscape with other modes of transportation, you'll also see some avoidance. And when it comes to our ability to regulate use of motor vehicles, right now, for simplicity's sake, we really look at the presence of a motor or not a motor. And so if it's got an electric motor and it's getting people in much quicker, much faster, takes away the remoteness and the security of some of those distant areas that we really want to hold things like elk on public lands and away from private. And then also consistency's sake between land ownership types, between private lands and some of our public lands. To this point, the decision has been to exclude things like electric bikes from those TMAs.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, and then Commissioner Labhart.
Yes, I'm sure Commissioner Labhart will sum up everything perfectly. So I'm just going to express some gratitude to you guys for all the work that goes into this, all the public meetings. It's a heavy lift, and the fact that we don't have a room full of angry people on a variety of different sides means you probably did a pretty good job with how you put this together, and that it's not lost on me that there's a lot of work that goes into that being the case. And I just put in a plug for the mule deer plan, certainly near and dear to my heart, that we continue to try to figure out what we can do for these important mule deer. And I sort of like the idea of the slow rollout so that we can take some time to digest it, because it does get overwhelming when we get huge plans and have to figure it out. But I just want to say thank you to you guys for what you do.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have a question. I forget if you showed this already, but do you have a minimum population level for pronghorn?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Zarnowitz, no, we do not. We do not. Pronghorn are one of the species we have never developed a pronghorn management plan for, but we are conservative, and we always have been conservative for that species because it's one of our smaller total number species. So we've always considered that as a more special opportunity. So we're very, very conservative in our harvest allocation for that species. So it's more like sheep. We don't have minimum population sizes or population objectives for sheep and goat either. It's more population health is what we look at there.
Well, I was just looking at, there's 4,000 something pronghorn estimated.
There's what?
Didn't you show there's 4,000?
Oh no, there's a lot more than 4,000. There's probably 17 to 19,000.
Oh, okay.
4,000 hunters.
I was looking at the graph, but
yeah.
Okay, so then the tags are how many?
8%.
8%. Okay.
Very low.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Commissioner Lyle.
Okay, thank you, Chair Wall. So first of all, I also want to thank Brian, you and Kevin for spending what I consider a significant amount of time with me answering questions and going through all of this stuff in somewhat detail. So I appreciate that very much. And then I also, I would hope that the commission gives some direction today to begin the process to look at, as Tyler said, this technology, and particularly with trail cameras, and it is a very complex issue, but look at what Arizona and Nevada have just recently adopted some new rules about that. So let's steal good ideas from other people, but I think we ought to go very slow. You know, one of the commissioners from Arizona I was conversing with, and he says, yeah, we've got water holes where there's like 10 cameras set up on a water hole, and when that big pronghorn walks in, it immediately zips up to the satellite and tells that hunter that the big buck's there. And he said, that's not fair chase. And so those kind of things bother me for what I consider fair chase. And so we need to start looking at it. I'm not saying we need to do something, but we need to start exploring all these different ideas, because I think Tyler brings up very valid points about pros and cons to all this stuff. So we need to go slow to go fast here. So I would hope that the commissioners agree with me on that. So I want to speak to, there was 85 pages of comments from the public. And so I want to really not talk to the commissioners. I want to talk to the public that's possibly listening to these big game regulations. And the point I want to try to make is these are really tough decisions, and people have strong opinions about different ideas on big game. And so I want to cover 3 points fairly. I'm going to try to do it quickly, but as usual, I don't. So while there's no way that we can address all the issues and points raised in those 85 pages of letters and emails we received over the last year regarding these proposed regulations, I'd like to cover 3 in particular. And number one, ODFW and the commission does not listen to my input or ignores my letter or email. And here's one specific comment in an email that was sent to us that caught my attention. Quote, we go to local meetings or send in emails and letters and nothing happens. We feel their mind is already made up and they're just glad handing us. They're going to do as they please regardless of our input, unquote. Now that may seem correct if your input was not included in the draft rules. We cannot and you cannot make every change requested for very good reasons. I hope you understand, and let me give you an example of where input was taken by the department and made changes, and you may never have heard about that from the public that made that comment. I'm trying to make a point here that they do, and we do, listen and sometimes change, add or delete something based upon input received. Part of the discussion at one of the in-person district meetings, and Brian covered this a little bit, public meetings from hunters indicated that some were not supportive of the changes being proposed at the Camp Creek travel management area. The proposed changes would have moved seasonal road closures as part of the TMA to include archery season with a standardized starting date of August 20th. There was a lack of support for this proposal to limit road access during archery season, and the concerns about being able to get a harvested animal out during a period when the weather is still quite warm. The district heard that, went back and to see if there was any reasonable modification that they could make to open some road structure that might help resolve this concern and gain support from those hunters that made that comment. ODFW staff worked with ODFW GIS staff, U.S. Forest Service staff, and to offer an adjustment to the open road structure for the entire TMA beginning with the 2023 season. The district then took those draft changes back to those hunters who voiced this concern and got support for the proposed date changes being made in the OAR as part of the staff recommendations. And again, modifications can be made to road structure with each TMA as part of administrative rule, which is coordinated by ODF and land managers, even though modification is not done very often. So those changes are reflected on the maps produced for the public and used to enforce the closure. Commission action is not required to make those modifications, and specifically roads are open or closed. And I'm sure you conversed with the state police on that too, because of the enforcement. So there's an example of one of many where staff did listen and made a change. So let's talk about bears and cougars for a minute. Several letters and a signed petition asked us to, quote, please endless the needless trophy hunting of Oregon's cougars and black bears. Black bears and cougars are rare and an iconic native carnivore, unquote. I went back and reviewed the data on bear and cougar numbers. It's estimated that there are approximately 34,000 bears in Oregon. It was 25 to 30. Now with the new modeling, it's roughly 34,000 bears in Oregon. So in my opinion, bears are not rare in Oregon. The 2021 survey indicates that we have approximately 7,000 cougars in Oregon. Some will say this is too many, others will say this is not enough. So the next question I ask myself is how many are being taken by hunters each year? In 2021, 254 of the 7,000 cougars were harvested by hunters for a 3.6% of the total. There was a total of 436 harvested from hunters' damage complaints, human cougar interactions for a total of 6% of the 7,000. So that's from all deaths. Again, some will say that that's too many and some will say that that's not enough. The population has been increasing slowly since 2006. We try and manage cougars by zones. No cougar zone hunts reach the quota set for management, which suggests continuous growth and population. Some will say that's just fine, and of course, some will others say, nope, you need to do more. So then there were some letters about out-of-state hunters, and this is point 3. We received several letters asking us to increase the tags allocated to non-resident out-of-state hunters. Some say Oregon's animals should be for Oregon's hunters alone, and they have good reasons, too many good reasons why non-residents should be small or not at all. Non-residents letters sent to us argue that it hurts our outfitters who make part of their living off of non-residents who travel from afar to come to our state to hunt. They bring economic opportunities by their presence because of higher tag prices, outfitter fees, and out-of-state money into our state. On the other hand, we hear from locals that they hardly ever get a chance to draw, and if we could just stop those darn out-of-state hunters, they would get a better chance of getting a tag for residents. Both have good points. So the state tries to find the right number, so to speak. Many of you do not realize this, and I'm sure staff clearly does, that when they write us about the 5% cap on non-resident tags for controlled deer and elk hunts, that the commission doesn't set that. The legislature sets that rate, that 5% rate. So this commission doesn't have the authority to increase or decrease the 5% figure. So I assure you, your public input, be it at local public meetings, by email, or by testimony, is valued by the department and this commission. We in the department try our best to review and value your comments and incorporate them into tough and sometimes contentious decisions we have before us in managing Oregon's wildlife. To that end, here's what has been recommended to us for 2 major areas being discussed today, that being deer and elk control hunts. And staff did not cover this, so I'm going to cover it. The elk draft. There are 14 controlled hunts that are increasing the harvest to address private land damage, population over management objectives, bull ratios above management objectives, new hunts, or a unit that can support additional opportunities. That will make some happy because the department is addressing very valid issues and increasing hunter opportunity in some of those units that can accept that. And then on the other side, there are 22 control hunts that are decreasing the harvest due to bull ratios below management objectives, poor calf ratios, total population estimates below the management objective, low hunter interest in that unit, access issues, wildfire impacts. That will make some of you unhappy because they may not be as many tags issued for your favorite spot. Yep, some will like these numbers and some will not. Now let's talk about deer for a second. 7 controlled hunts are decreasing the harvest opportunities because buck ratios are below management objectives. Fawn ratios and population estimates are low, and population estimates are low or declining. And also there's some low hunter interest, or there's limited access to public land, or the hunt was deleted because of their wildfire impacts. Some like that, some won't. 13 control hunts are increasing the harvest because buck and fawn ratios are good. Buck ratios are above management objectives. There's a capacity for additional opportunity, and population estimates are increasing, or there is no longer a need for emergency hunt reductions due to fires from 2020. Yep, some of you will like these numbers and some of you will not. So in my opinion, given all that and my detailed conversation with staff, I'm going to support the recommendations based on the input from the 17 public meetings held around the state, discussions with individual and stakeholder groups, the letters and emails received, and good work by the field and staff biologists. In developing these recommendations, the change we have discussed at this meeting today. So, end of my comments.
Thank you. And let's go ahead with your question, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, and then the director can maybe add a bit on the trail cams. And
okay, perfect. And I just want you to know I'm ready to make.
Then let's go to the director first on this one, and then we'll come.
All right.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Well, I wanted to remind the commission, and I can't remember which meeting it was, but it wasn't too long ago where we committed to starting to look at the trail camera issue by compiling all the information from our neighboring and other states in the West that have been facing this. Some have already done rulemakings, some are contemplating rulemakings. So I just want to remind you that that is something that's already on our radar and we'll be looking into.
Okay.
Go ahead, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Okay. I move to adopt the staff proposal in attachment 3 and amend OAR chapter 635 division 0080 045 0606 065 066 067 068 069 070 071 072 073 075 and 90 as prepared by staff.
I'll second. It's been moved and seconded to adopt the big game regulations as just read into the record. Are there any remaining questions or comments? If not, Michelle, will you call the roll, please?
First, I didn't catch who seconded that. I couldn't hear.
Zarnowitz.
Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and start with Spilbury.
Yes.
King.
Yes.
Khalil.
Yes.
Hatfield-Hyde.
Yes.
Labhart.
Yes.
Zarnowitz.
Yes.
Wall.
Yes. Motion carries. Thank you all and the audience for waiting and sitting through it, and to the testifiers and to the people on the online. So we are going to take a half-hour break for lunch. It's a short break, but we'll come right back. We have 4 more items, all of which will be shorter than this one. Go ahead, Brian.
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, members of the commission, Director Melcher. For the record, I'm Brian Wolfer, Game Program Manager in the Wildlife Division. Today, joining me virtually is Travis Schultz, our Access and Habitat Coordinator. I'm really going to be turning this over to him, but be here to troubleshoot any technical issues we have. So, Travis, are you there?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll get started then. Good morning, Chair Wall, members of the commission, Director Melcher. For the record, I am Travis Schultz, the Access and Habitat Program Coordinator. Before the commission today is the appointment of a landowner representative to the state A&H board. This map shows the locations of the applicants in red, as well as the current A&H board members with landowner representatives in green, hunter representatives in black, and the chair in blue. Applications for the landowner representative vacancy were accepted from April 30th through June 30th, 2022. We received 4 applications for the landowner representative position by the deadline. The A&H board consists of a chair, 3 landowner reps, and 3 hunter reps. Each board member is appointed to a 4-year term and can be reappointed to a second term. Board members may not serve more than 2 terms consecutively. The current vacancy is a result of Amy Patrick's appointment to the chair position. The A&H board will have another vacancy soon when William Bronson's second term ends in March of 23. Highlighting the 4 applicants for the current vacancy. First up, Andrews is a lifelong farmer from Vail in Malheur County with extensive experience in hunting and trapping. He is a member of several farming and trapping organizations. Ron Borsch is a lifelong hunter who works in the timber industry. Ron previously served as a landowner representative on the A&H board. Statute allows for 2 consecutive 4-year terms, but individuals can be appointed again after taking some time away from the board. So he would be eligible for appointment. Jeff McNerney is a passionate hunter and a member of several hunting organizations. He is a part-time agricultural consultant assisting others and a full-time farmer on his own land. Additionally, Jeff volunteers with ODFW and OSP. He served as a landowner representative on the Deschutes Klamath A&H Regional Council. And lastly, Roberta Valado, excuse me, sorry, is a lifelong rancher serving on numerous committees for the Farm Bureau and Cattlewomen. Additionally, she served on committees for both the NRCS and FSA. Wildlife Division, in consultation with Director Melcher, recommend to appoint Jeff McNerney as the landowner representative to the A&H board. That ends my presentation. I can take any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Travis. And commissioners, any questions or comments? Doesn't look like we have any. Then could I have a motion, please? Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
I move to appoint Jeff McNerney to serve a 4-year term as landowner representative on the Access and Habitat Board.
Is there a second? Second. It was Commissioner Zarnowitz that seconded it and Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde that made the motion. Michelle, will you call the roll on this one?
King? Yes.
Khalil?
Yes.
Yep. Laphart?
Yes.
Silvery?
Yes.
Zarnowitz?
Yes.
Wall?
Yes. Thank you, Travis and Brian.
Thank
and
you.
we'll go to Exhibit D, which is the John Day Watershed Office Land Acquisition Project. And Nick Myatt is ready to talk to us. Go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Wall, Commissioners. For the record, Nick Myatt, East Region Manager for ODFW. Today, I am here to present on a or seek the Commission's approval to move forward to closing on a land acquisition in Umatilla County within the city limits of Pendleton. And it would be a site, it's raw bare land that would be a site of a new district office for Pendleton. I've been stalling while I wait for my presentation to come up. So I want to start out by just showing you a picture of our existing office in Pendleton. It's located, it's a kind of early 1900s house that was converted to office space at some point in time. A two-story house basically that we have for an office. It's on a narrow strip of land between railroad tracks and an older mobile home park. It's adjacent to the Umatilla River, has frequent flooding, frequent vandalism, a lot of issues with our current property. And it just does not meet our current business needs and provide adequate space for staff. As I think I shared on our tour yesterday, we have our district fish biologist is located in the basement in the server room. So just that lack of professional workspace really impacts our ability to to attract and keep employees and provide them good workspace. So we are proposing to acquire 9.25 acres of land within Pendleton at a more suitable location. We are under a purchase and sales agreement for $550,000 for the purchase. We would be using legislatively appropriated bond funding that we received last session to make that purchase. Like I said, we're under contract. We've been through all of the inspections and due diligence, have that completed. Since the commission packet went out, we have received our appraisal and approved the final appraisal. We have pushed back our closing date a little bit. If the commission approves today, we would be looking to close no later than October 31st of this year. Any acquisition of state land has to go through the Oregon Public Lands Advisory Committee for their review. And we went through that process and got a lot of positive feedback and excitement from that committee. So we've been through there. And the only other thing I wanted to note was it's a larger piece of land, and we have talked to some other agencies who are interested potentially at some point of maybe an opportunity for co-location of state services. This is just a Google Earth image. If you could see the red circle in the bottom, it's located on a main intersection on Highway 395 right across from the hospital. And then if you follow 395 north, it's about a mile to the main intersection of I-84 in Pendleton. So a great location for the public to access our office and for our staff to quickly get out and do what they do. So our next steps, like I said, close in October. Then we move to finalizing just our space needs that we have, and we'll work with our engineers and hiring an architectural firm to develop our plans. Part of that plan will be looking at energy efficient design, as well as green energy options with building out some options in our request for proposals for kind of energy neutral facility. We work on that, modern professional workspace, and also in the design, we're looking to reflect our agency's mission and values and look into kind of natural features and things that kind of highlight what we do as an agency. Then we go to our bid process to hire a contractor and targeting completion in winter of 2023, spring of 2024. And then once we move into that office, we are looking to sell our existing facility and then use those funds to accomplish more facilities work in the region. And with that, staff recommendation is to approve the acquisition of the 9.25 acre Southgate property in Pendleton.
Thank you, Nick. It looks like we have a commissioner question from Dr. King and from Mr. Labhart.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Thank you, Nick. I was at Roundup on Wednesday and rode right by this place. So it is a really great property that you got at a discount. It looks like it was worth over $1 million or something. My question is always the same question: green design. So you did have a couple bullet points about it, but can you specify, like there are entire consulting firms that can take you from the top to the bottom in terms of like what cleaning supplies you use to LED lighting and et cetera, et cetera. So how much green will be integrated into this design? And of course, we fit the criteria for being less than a mile from a highway. So how many chargers will it be built for all of that? And we may not get it all instantly, but will it be purpose ready for when all of that does happen?
Chair Wall, Commissioner King. So, our first priority is getting the land, and then now we're moving to that next phase is the design phase. So I don't have the specifics on some of those questions at this point, but we, one of our priorities since day one and talk about this is building in alternative energy and green design. And a lot of times with our offices, like the Ontario office, we worked with our engineers to design that office. And we're looking now to engage go out to bid for an architectural firm that has some of those expertise to help us through that process. And in our bid process, build in different alternatives to get options to look at for cost estimates and things for our various options for green energy. So at this point, I don't know any of the details because we haven't even outlined exactly what we need for a building, but I can definitely tell the commission that it's one of our priorities that we are going to build into our process moving forward.
And how specific is it? Like, for example, I don't know, is there like, we're building for net zero? We are building for blank, is it that specific or we haven't gotten there yet?
And that's what we've talked about so far is so in our bid process, we can bid in, or we can put in bid alternatives and we can have them build out what we've talked about is having them build out, okay, what would it look like and what would the cost be for net zero? And what would it be to accomplish, to meet 60% of our energy needs and have a menu of options to choose from.
And right now, obviously, the cost is just literally for the land acquisition. Do we have a cost yet for building, or is that what you're doing next?
We have a very rough cost estimate, but it's a very hard time right now to develop cost estimates because things keep increasing in contractor availability. So we have rough cost estimate, but that's next step in the process. Once we get through that design, will then be to our engineers will work on developing a more refined cost estimate, but we really won't know until we go out to bid.
Right, and then do we see that as well as the commission or no?
Chair Wall, Commissioner King, no. This is the commission action for this. The funding has already been approved through that legislative bond, and then this is approval of the land. So this particular project will not come back to the commission, but we will keep you updated on our progress moving forward.
Thank you.
One other quick question, Nick. What? Oh, sorry, you had yours up.
Okay, it's inside the city limits, Nick?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart, yes, it is.
And so have you done the due diligence, talk to the city on
yes.
The zoning this is approved for development?
Yes, we even before we selected this property to move forward with, we've been in contact with the city and the planning department.
Okay, I just didn't see it in the write-up, so I assumed you did. Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Just a quick question. It's a follow-up to a couple of Dr. King's questions. It sounded yesterday like you were trying to be comprehensive in looking at the eastern region, which is quite a chunk, and that this wasn't the only facility that we'd be looking at. Is there a chance to spread some of these shifts to green energy and shift to some of these other approaches over more than, at least make it count? Because if we do it here, it can count on some of those other facilities, so it doesn't seem like quite such a bite. Just looking for ways to get there without making it feel like everything's riding on this.
So Chair Wall, we are just some examples of other things we're working on in the region. Yesterday, I mentioned the Klamath office. We're getting ready. I just checked in today. In a few weeks, we're going to go out to bid for that project. And we are planning on building into that bid process, just like I mentioned, for green energy for that facility. And then one of the big projects that I'm looking forward to in the future is the consolidation of a kind of state, a service center of our offices in Redmond. And I think that would be another flagship office for green energy and some of those new practices.
Lisa, you can make what you have to go through on this one count even more. That's right.
And we've talked about using this office as a way to build out some, to start kind of having colors and a look and kind of a standardized approach to some of our new offices. So we're not just starting from scratch the next time we approach a new office.
That's helpful. Thank you. I don't see other cards up. So is there a motion, commissioners? Commissioner Khalil.
I move to approve the acquisition of the Southgate property in Pendleton, approximately 9.25 acres in Umatilla County, and direct staff to proceed to closing upon completion of all processes required under Oregon law for land acquisition.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Michelle, it was Commissioner Khalil and Commissioner Labhart who seconded it. Commissioners, any questions? If not, Michelle, will you read the roll, please?
Yes. Hatfield Pine?
Yes.
Labhart?
Yes.
Spelberg?
Yes.
King?
Yes.
Zarnowitz?
Yes.
Wall?
Yes. Thank you, Nick.
Great. Thank you very
Look
much.
forward to hearing how this goes. The next one is Exhibit F, Conservation and Recreation Fund Rule Amendment. And is Sarah here?
We have Sarah here in the building, but we have Dr. Regula Whitefield on the Zoom, and I think Charlotte is going to make the presentation.
Okay. You want to go ahead then, Charlotte, or are you going to introduce it, sir, or just let? She's ready. Okay.
Charlotte, just go right ahead.
Go ahead.
Great. Thank you so much, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zonowitz, Commissioners, and Director Melcher. For the record, I'm Dr. Charlotte Regula Whitefield, and I am the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund Coordinator. And here today, I will be presenting on a proposed rule amendment. So the OCRF started in 2019 really as a new way to prioritize state conservation and recreation. As you can see on this map, since our creation, we have funded over 90 projects across the state, totaling roughly about $2.5 million. Although not all 90 of our projects are shown on this map, this really should help show the breadth of different projects across the landscape that are really focused on this nexus of conservation and recreation. So the OCRF is really designed as a grant-making body, really purposely for the purposes of conservation and recreation. And really, the OCRF is here to advise the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission on expenditures from the fund. The OCRF does grant-making in two primary ways, particularly through our competitive grant process, which occurs twice a year, December to February, and also in August and October. These funds usually are released in amounts of $10,000 to $50,000 in projects of roughly 1 to 3 years. In addition, the OCRF does do directed awards outside of our competitive process. We often call these our special projects, and these do require them to be put forward by an OCRF advisory member. They are vetted through the OCRF Special Projects Subcommittee in addition to going through the ODFW technical review, and then are voted on for expenditure by the main OCRF committee. Today, I'm really proposing a rule amendment, particularly to adjust our OARs so that we no longer are requiring the 60-day submission of all projects prior to consideration by the OCRF board. This amendment is proposed really for our directed or special projects, and this is to lift that restriction so that we can increase efficiency of the review of those projects. This proposed amendment really would allow us to expedite the process in which special projects that are time sensitive are reviewed, although they will still go through all of our review steps, which include, as I mentioned, the ODFW technical review by our special projects board, review by the main OCRF committee, Oftentimes with these time-sensitive projects, we do not need the full 60-day review period for them, since these special projects come in one at a time, unlike our competitive process, which usually we have anywhere from 50 to 80 projects to review. By lifting this rule amendment of 60 days, we are not expecting it to undermine any of the processes of the OCRF expenditure framework. We are not expecting it to impact at all our competitive grant making process, which will retain that roughly 60-day process to go through all of those steps so that we can have due diligence there. So with that, I have a staff recommendation up, and I would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions or comments? Commissioner Labhart.
I move to amend OAR 635.098 and 060 as proposed by staff.
Second.
Commissioner Labhart has moved and Hatfield Hyde has seconded the motion as read into the record about the Conservation and Recreation Fund rule amendment. Those in favor are actually, Michelle, will you just read the roll, please?
Hatfield Hyde?
Yep.
Labhart?
Aye.
Beverly?
Yes.
King?
Yes.
Halil?
Yes.
Zarnowitz?
Yes.
Wall?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, and to you, Sarah. Let's move then to the Oregon Ag Heritage Commission, and we have an appointment.
Yes, we do. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, members of the commission, Director Melcher, good afternoon. Sarah Reif, Habitat Division Administrator for Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. And so before you this afternoon is the recommendation for a appointment to the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board for the appointment of a new member to their Oregon Agricultural Heritage Commission. So a little bit of just background for you. The Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program was established in 2017. This program is administered by the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board, or OWEB, as we've been referring to them today. And the program was designed to support farmers and ranchers as they work to enhance agricultural and natural resources such as fish and wildlife. The program has an advisory committee or a commission. It's a 12-member board. It is appointed by OWEB board. And there are, in the statute, it specifies that 2 voting members must be recommended by you, by the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission, and have expertise in fish and wildlife habitat. Those members serve 4-year terms. Currently, there is 1 fish and wildlife seat open on the OAHC, a seat that coincidentally was recently vacated by Chair Wall. In order to fill this seat, OWEB ran the process of recruiting applicants. They made an announcement on their webpage and through their Gov delivery email lists in May 24th. And members of the public were invited to submit interest forms directly to OWEB. And so OWEB received 4 applications by their June 30th, 2022 deadline, and then shared those with the department on July 1. A summary of the 4 candidates and their applications to OWEB are provided to you in your commission packets. Staff reviewed the 4 applications for the Fish and Wildlife member seat on the OAHC. Each applicant was reviewed for their fish and wildlife habitat expertise and their background, education, and their demonstrated commitment to conserving both wildlife habitat and working lands. Our consideration of candidates also incorporated the state of Oregon's diversity, equity, and inclusion action plan strategy of including diverse representation in community engagement. So while the other 3 applicants had strong backgrounds as well and appreciation for conserving wildlife habitats and working lands, the department recommends advancing Eduardo Contreras to the OWEB as the commission's recommended fish and wildlife habitat member for the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Commission to serve a 4-year term beginning January 2023. Mr. Contreras' strong background, technical background in NRCS programs can be leveraged by the OAHP, and he places high value on collaborative partnerships to conserve working lands and wildlife habitats, and his career experiences make him an excellent candidate, we think, for the OAHC. So that is staff's recommendation, and that's, unless you have any questions, that's it for me.
I do have a question. Chair Wall.
Commissioner, we have two questions. Let's go first with Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde and then Commissioner King. Go ahead.
I just want to vouch for Ed Contreras. I've worked around him personally. He's an outstanding human, has really good relationship skills, is very serious about lifting systems to better places. And I just couldn't more recommend him. And I'd love to make the motion,
okay,
but I'm just flagging that as a possibility.
Okay. Commissioner King.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I'm feeling very kind of unsmart like a doctor. What the heck is agricultural heritage?
So, Chair Wall, would you like to take that? I love it. Phone a friend.
The short version is, in Oregon, there are a lot of ag lands that could serve as both habitat, and it's the land base for ag and habitat, essentially. And keeping those in ag and habitat is not an easy process. This group was set up to write the rules for the program when the legislature adopted when the legislature adopted the Oregon Ag Heritage Program. This commission was set up to write the rules with OWEB. And so the program existed for a couple years with rules fully ready to go. And then the legislature recently put funding into it. And the shortest version of what it will do is that there in the federal farm bill, there is money to buy conservation easements or outright land, and to help ag in different ways to transition from this generation to the next, essentially without losing the land base for ag and habitat. So that's what this group does. And it was one of the more satisfying sets of work that I've been on in a long time. They actually got the job done. So it's a great one. And I have heard good recommendations as well for Ed Contreras. So
thank you both. And I agree. All the candidates look amazing, but this sure looks like a good,
strong
guy. Yeah. Thank you.
Commissioner Laphart.
So I'd like to make a motion. I'm our attorney to make sure I say this correctly. I sit on the OWEB board as a voting member. I declare that I do not have a conflict of interest, and it's okay to vote on this. Is that appropriate?
Yes, you're just fine.
Thank you.
Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, Chair Wall. I would just add, commissioners, I just in full disclosure, I know Eduardo Contreras as well. I've worked with him over the years at the Intermountain West Joint Venture. Yeah, I agree that he's an incredibly skilled individual, not just on the habitat side, but also on the kind of on the social side. So really appreciate your support for his future appointments, since you're just making a recommendation.
That's right. Oh, dang.
Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Okay. I move we approve the recommendation of Eduardo Contreras to the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board for his appointment to the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Commission as a Fish and Wildlife Habitat member for a 4-year term beginning January 2023.
Is there a second? A second. It's been moved and seconded to appoint Eduardo Contreras to the Oregon Ag Heritage Commission as read into the record. Michelle, could you read the roll?
Laphart?
Yes.
Spellbrand?
Yes.
King?
Yes.
Khalil?
Yes.
Hatfield-Hyde?
Yes.
Zarnowitz?
Yes.
Wall?
Yes. And with that, I believe that we have come to the end of the agenda, unless there's anything other than a last round of thanks to the Eastern Oregon staff for yesterday's tour, and to the Paiute tribe, or Burns Paiute tribe as well. Anything else, Director?
No,
Appreciate the recognition of all the hard work from the staff and appreciate you all being here with us in person for our, I guess it's our third in-person meeting. No, fourth in-person meeting.
Wow.
Yeah.
Forget those.
I think we deserve some kudos for being efficient with our meeting.
We got done.
Yeah. Yeah. Good job.
Yes,
Pat
good
ourselves
job.
on the
Yes,
back.
good job on that.
We could all get on the road. Thank you, everyone. We're adjourned.
Subaru parked out here.